Okay, hey guys, here we go. Happy Sunday fun day on there. Thank you guys for being here, and don't forget to hit that like and the share. Appreciate it if you could do that. So I don't have to work till tomorrow, like 12 to 8. So I got time. Let's see, housework or doing a live. It's a hard choice, I know, but I think I'm going to go with the live. Hi, Marianne. How are you? Glad to see you guys here. Melissa, I'm not sure if she's still here, but hey, Melissa. Love you, girl. Kimberly's in the house. Hello. Hello to Melissa. Shannon's in the house. Shannon's just running right down the stream there. There you go. There you go. That's the one that thinks that she can boss me around. She knows better. Share cares. Hi, Cheryl. And Women Fish is in the house. Good evening, everybody. TJZ Mom is in the house. Hi, Nurse. How are you? Hope everyone's doing well today. Oh, I'm just glad to be home. Dude, not that my day was hard. It wasn't. Good day, friends from down under. Evening all to Sunny and Mods. Dude. Let me hear you say that through the computer. And it better be an Aussie accent. Right, Shannon? How's Shannon been raining all day and this evening in Nova? Yeah, no. It's sunny here. But tomorrow we're supposed to get rain. Oh, well. I guess we could use it once in a while. I never thought we would still be here over a year later. These children deserve justice. Amen, of course, to that for Jack and Lily. It's really sad when cases like this one and Sebastian Rogers and, even the Nancy Guthrie case. And, sometimes they happen right away and other times they take longer. But it really, again, just depends on the case, the situation, and the evidence to prove anything. Hi, Crazy Gal. How are you? Just finished last night's It's a Crime and Shame stream. I thought maybe Brandon is colorblind, color of car red, brown. My son is colorblind, reds and greens. He sees everything like a Sahara desert. Same way every time I see a pic of Lily and Jack, I just want to hug them and tell them everything will be okay. Well, that would be great, but unfortunately we're sitting here still looking for answers for Jack and Lily, but it's not okay. And what keeps coming out, it never was. Hi, Pictou County Jail. I know I will never eat seafood down there again with all the missing kids and people. I'm completely grossed out. I'm a cook Atlantic salmon right now, though. I hate fish. I'll have, haddock or cod, fish and chips. That's pretty much what I'll eat for my seafood side of me. I know I live dangerously. Lily doesn't seem like she would go down quietly. Someone knows something, heard something, and needs to finally be the voice for these children and speak up. Again, amen. Streamlabs is in the house. Don't forget to use your punctuation correctly, or else it tells you that you're dropping a link. Hey, Badettes, how are you? He's sending in all you blessed souls on there. Hi, Ryan Hunt. Hi, Mike Hunt. How are you guys? Okay, let's see here. Hi, Nancy. Good evening. Oh, wait, I missed somebody. Hi, C. Marnie. 007's in the house. And yeah, I'm here. Love ya. Hi, Cindy. Did you work today, Melissa? Cindy's Perry. Nice. Thank you for being here. And troll alert. Charmaine's in the house too. Got both of them, Melissa and Charmaine. Hi, Lynn. How are you? Am I missing anybody? Yeah, it's all great to be here. Oh, JJ's in the house. Hi, JJ. And I think. Oh, Annabelle and Nabella Rama. And I think that's good. No, I'm off. I've been recovering from the fall, or recovering from this. No, just kidding. Hi, Cindy's Perry. She says, hi, Charmaine. Shh, Charmaine's not here. She's too busy working on the kitchen and finishing up. She shouldn't be here. I feel like she should be doing 12-hour shifts with Ian over there. Okay, you guys. So we'll start off with this. Anyways, last night, obviously, me and Charmaine did a live together on there, and that was nice. It's, always nice to pair up and stuff like that once in a while. And so, yeah, so a lot of what we were talking about was Brandon. We're going to be talking very little about Brandon today. And my feeling is this, and you guys can have your own, whether you deem it as fact or fiction. But I did 12 hours. I'm done. Bubble bath time. Sitting on the porch all day watching stupid groundhogs, pesky ground eaters. Oh my goodness, what do you mean pesky? I'd be like whack-a-mole, I'll just be like, Daniel, come on up. Ding. Just kidding. Have some KFC. Anyways, you guys, I'm looking at the date and it's like, I don't know. I'm on the 2nd of July. Be heading up to Alberta to my twin sisters. It's our birthday on the 3rd. Mine and my husband's anniversary on the 11th. My niece is supposed to have a baby. I'm not sure if it's a boy or... Okay, I got to tell you this, okay? Because I'm trying to picture this in my head. So my niece looks like Ronald McDonald, and meaning she has the orange, right? So out of my twin sister, the father of Haley is Italian. And he's like your typical regular Italian looking dude. But he has a sister named Antonella or something like that with freaking orange hair. Now, my niece, she's married to an East Indian dude, right? Kurjit or something like that. I think it's Kurjit. Well, I don't know, whatever. Anyways, nice dude. So I'm kind of curious whether this is boy or girl, what this child is going to come out looking like. It's like, I'm thinking the white redhead versus the East Indian, because usually predominantly, like not always, but usually, especially the boys, they kind of, how some parents have like my twin sister, for instance, all her kids have a strong look of her except for the one. But I'm wondering which end is going to take over, what combination is going to happen here. So, so we'll see. Anyways, so during that time, like I said, so during this window of time, it's like my niece's birthday as well. That's going to be having the child sometime, supposedly around the 7th, 8th, or 9th. My twins' birthday, my brother's birthday. Sorry, but he doesn't count. But his is like July 9th. So for 6 days, me and my twin and my brother are the same age. Yeah, 57. And then 6 days later, he'll turn 58. Suck it, dude. But anyways, so it's just a lot of stuff going on. And then on the way back, I'm just going to wave to Charmaine on the way back. I'm going to be like, hi, nice house. Bye. See you later. Nice talking to you. I'm there. But yeah, and then and Cheryl, I want to say Share Care is in here. So she's just sending me a few treats for Jack and Lily. And I don't care. I'm just going to say it. Believe it was pens. I'm not sure if she's throwing in a sticker in there. But when I come back to visit Charmaine, she's going to send a few things for Charmaine in there as well. And then I'll just wick it. And wherever it lands in the driveway, it goes. But anyway, so I want to say thank you to Cheryl for thinking of us, being so sweet and kind. And so, yeah. And so I know that she has some really cool stickers, but she has these pens as well, I can't remember what it says. Sorry, Cheryl. You can say it in the chat. But Jack and Lily obviously are on it. And then there's like the little saying. Something, I can't remember what it says, though. I have to go back and look at the message. Hi, Joyous. How are you? So I appreciate that. Jack and Lily, there she is. This is who I'm talking about here. And then she's going to give some. Should I say it? Can I say it? I'm going to say it. And then she says she's going to be, giving some to the police department there. I thought that was just so sweet as well, of course, to do stuff like that. Those are the kind of hearts I'm talking about, right? You guys, if you guys don't know, remember the beautiful bench Charmaine and Ian made for Jack and Lily, out of their own pocketbook in some ways, and other people say gave donations. And then there was like Sky Painter who paid for the shipping, I believe it was, for that. And as if it's true. Never a truer word spoken there, Charmaine. Fact or fiction? Yeah. So I just want to say, bless, because, I know how much she cares. Like, there's like, just for people that I talk to, and, she's always showing me, remember, okay, so Cheryl, she's the one with the garden, that's placed in the one video. Remember? So with the like little spinny thing on there, and like the garden of Jack and Lily stuff and all that, so she's always showing me things that she's made for Jack and Lily. And it's, she's very artsy crafty as well, and she does beautiful work, and puts a lot of thought and care into all these things that she does. So bless you on that one. All right. Tired of feeding your ego now, Cheryl? Stop. Time to move on to Charmaine. No, just kidding. But anyways, okay. So Jack and Lily, of course, if you haven't hit the like and the share, at least a like, please do. Again, keep the algorithm out. Just keep their case out there. Okay. That's the most important part about cases, is just keeping them out there. Joyous, Madagascar, nice to see you. They say two different things, right? Justice for Jack and Lily Sullivan. We want answers now. Boom. Right. Thank you. But that's laying you on my pillow. I'll try not to fall asleep. Okay, but that's okay. Okay, so we're just gonna talk very little about Brandon. Now, I'm gonna show you a couple. So the shirt. Let's talk about the shirt. Wrong shirt, people. Okay. Okay. It was, it just dawned on me yesterday as I was laying in bed. I'm like, wait, this shirt's not in a tree. So, like, if you're mucking with evidence, why would you lay it down in a tree? So Brandon Lemieux said, anyone in your family recognize this shirt? So this was found in a different spot, and Charmaine had sent this to me. So this was found on McLeod. You guys know McLeod. That's just over near Brad Wong's over there, near that. I believe it's the McLeod is that little bridge, with the little bridge where the star was found over there. But anyway, so big correction on this. This is not the shirt. So he posted it, and then it was just like, oh, that's a pink shirt. But it's a different shirt. So this is not the shirt that was supposedly seen hanging in the tree. Okay. Well, I mean, didn't Belinda ask you on this one? Because this one, well, I mean, there is more wording to it. It said, oh, where's that? I'd have to go back to here. And wait, what do you mean on my shirt? I mean, wouldn't Brandon, are you sure it's on that road? Well, okay. So Brandon Lemieux. So he had showed the location of where that shirt was. There was a couple messages before this, but I didn't feel like I needed to care, to be honest with you, to show them. I just figured I'd just say it. Let's see here. What was it? Let me just take a little boo here. Oh, I got the audio clip thing too, right? Now you're making me use my brain cells. Where is it? Is it that one? That one. Let's see. Brandon Lemieux. No, his stories were kind of shady. He claimed to know nothing, but then he knew extremely specific things. I don't know who he's talking about there. I think it was a baseball shirt, if I remember correctly, but bright pinkish red and white. No, his stories. I gotta go through these. Let's see. Oh no. Okay. So it's cut off here, and I'm not putting it up on screen. I'm just reading it because it's just easier. Kilometers of their house. I sent the info and video and location. Went out again. Every shred of evidence cleaned up and gone. Another thing never disclosed to the public. I found another pink girl shirt not far from there. So the info with the video and location, and then there was the location of this. But if anything's wrong about that, the pin is exactly where he said there we go. Charmaine's the one that had sent me this and sent me about the location on it and stuff like that. And I heard Shenanigans was arrested. Is that true? Is that true? So there one top or two. Well, it sounds like there's two pink shirts. But you know what? This is my thing. Is that nothing has been very concise and clear. And here's another piece, right? Another kind of screenshot. And now this one doesn't show his face. It's just a partial. So take it with whatever you want. Okay. I remember something from day one. I was the very first one there, Brandon. Now see, this doesn't make sense. Once RCMP showed up, I was out on my quad, which he'd said he'd gone back later and got his quad. And now it's like I showed up and I was out on once the RCMP arrived, but the RCMP arrived at 10:27. You're talking about 10:40 to 10:45 in your vehicle? I can't make sense of it, right? And so when I can't make sense of something and there's too much out there that say he's put out there and said it differently about two shirts. So why didn't he say that in his last post? Anyways, bottom line for me is I feel like I just feel like myself, okay, my own personal opinion. I feel like that there's some truth in typically what people are saying, but I absolutely feel that maybe he got Elvin right, but I feel like he is misidentified the other two people. I just don't feel it myself. And so when I can't make sense of stuff, it just goes into the whatever pile. And if I need it again, I'll pull it back up. So that's how I feel. I can't for the life of me imagine that Hayden, Emily, okay, because I was looking at Hayden's Facebook yesterday. No Emily on there, by the way. And he said he was in a relationship as of April of 2025, right? So that would have had to have been, I'm sure, not, just speculation. Well, I mean, April, May. So I'm guessing that was Emily. Whether they're together or not, have no clue. I can't for the life of me think that Hayden and Emily, especially Emily, is going to go be part of blanket planting in the woods. I just feel like between the car color, between the misidentification for Jenna, and so if he wants to hide behind, say Daleen speaking for him and stuff like that, well, then again, when you have different posts underneath of his own name and they're contradicting each other, right? And he's not speaking out or clearing up, just like Daniel Martell didn't, then it just becomes, do you believe it or don't you believe it? When there's no consistency to something. And I didn't overly dig into this before at all. I could have cared less at the time, even probably now, to be honest. Because right now, I just feel like I gave it a lot of thought, but then we started seeing different things being said. And so I just feel like there's probably partial truth in there, but I just think that something's not right about the story and using somebody else's name first and then being shown pictures. And so I'm just not personally, if I look at the reason for why Hayden and Emily and some other dude, and he said that this female was native, and stuff like that, it just goes into my whatever pile because it doesn't make sense. Because even if you took it as let's just take it as truthful, like meaning that it was Emily and Hayden and some other person besides Alvin, I think I still feel like Alvin came upon them by happenstance, just like Brandon perhaps driving up to them. Charmaine brought that up, and I kind of had felt the same way, meaning I thought about that as well, because just the way Brandon was telling the story of Alvin, it just seemed like he would have already have known that the children were missing and was out looking himself and stuff like that. I don't understand the whole walking towards Montreal if there's a couple vehicles there and one would obviously be his. Can't see him. Maybe. I don't know. Again, the story is not very clear. But even if we took it on this, up and up that was true. Again, in the world of true crime, that would be preposterous. What we would deem as preposterous. Well, he certainly is actually, Daleen. He certainly is hiding behind you. He's bringing out posts and their, type of idea. Like, if you're going to speak up, speak up. That's my thing. I'm not one of those ones to hide behind my words. If somebody said, hey, come up on a live and talk about it, I would. So either you shut up and you don't put any outposts and you type of thing, because all it became about really was ego, right? That's what you said. That it was really about ego. He didn't like that Daniel was calling him out and stuff like that. But again, if the evidence speaks for itself, then there's no real reason to speak out. But why do it 13 months into the case? That all of a sudden that you get a little bit pissy because Daniel says something and then you want to set the record straight. And then, but it's not it's not matching your words. I mean, I didn't do that. He did that himself, just like Daniel does it to himself, So it's either like you clear it up properly, or you take the brunt and the heat for it. And either people don't believe you and you don't care, and you just move on and leave it. And, for me, it doesn't make sense. The fact of even I'm just talking. So, and no offense to you, Daleen, on this, but that's how I see it. I'm just like you're vocal, I'm vocal, Charmaine's vocal, and this is just my personal thoughts. Doesn't have to be anybody else's. It's my personal thoughts about how I feel about it. That's all, right? It's my channel. Like, I'm a big girl now. No, but anyways, but so that's just how I see it, right? Everyone to whatever they want to do with themselves as case. They make their own choices and actions, and same goes for me and stuff like that. But it is preposterous in mostly the cases that would go on to think that Emily and Hayden and some other person, and let's just start with the gathering of Alvin and the family conjoining together. Why? What? So if they did that, that would mean that they were trying to protect Malaya and Daniel from what? That they would involve themselves either in the unaliving or the murders of the children, so if you involved Alvin, you would say that was more to be the covering up of two families to protect Daniel and Malaya. Okay. The likelihood of all that happening is extremely unlikely. Now, if you take Alvin out of it as if he just happened upon there by happenstance, right? Then that leads you to believe that Malaya, that her family is assisting her in somehow hiding the kids and putting them, again, to the absurdity, because there would be no reason for Malaya to even do such a thing, to involve and come or to plan this, disappearance of Jack and Lily. What for? Like, why? To hide them forever and ever, and then have to deal with all the funds that have gone out for the search and rescue, and that some reserve has them hiding somewhere, or that they're hiding. It's preposterous. Again, I don't know how many of you follow true crime on the regular and stuff like that, but it's absurd, right? So that goes into the land of make believe, pretty much, that Malaya's family would be assisting Malaya to have to hide her children, when any of those family members, most of them, would willingly take, I'm sure, Jack and Lily and help out, let alone Belinda, right? I know that stupid people win stupid prizes when it comes to, that what they could have done and should have done. But if you take Alvin out of it and leave it to Malaya's family planting, there's no serious, legit end game, right? People can make and construe things all they want and think about this case however they want. But for me, no, just no. Okay. And like I said, I've spent over like 6 years now in true crime, let alone, like I said, pretty much on my downtime, usually if I got, depending on what time I got, I am always watching true crime cases, and I know what's normal and what's not normal, and what's absurd to a case. There is some absurd cases. This is not one of them. This is just a bunch of liars that are trying to protect themselves, to me, and those people are on the property because they're trying to me cover up. Because if we look at the bigger picture, again, you just look at, did anybody claim the reward? Nope. Especially who was doing a lot of stuttering at the start of this case for Friday, whenever he was speaking? How many times has he been inconsistent? What has Malaya done to show that she's out there searching for Jack and Lily? Because all we've heard mostly from her family is that she's just getting her nails done, acting like that she, of course, doesn't have any children missing. Listen to what Wade said. Listen even to what Anita said, right? There are some parts to what Anita's saying that are true. So why is the whole family saying this? But stick Malaya into the search, and then how's Malaya acting? I'm just here, for the sake of Jack and Lily, because I believe that they're alive, but I'm out searching in the woods and I'm just here to show face. Fuck off, Malaya. Seriously, have a cup of fuck off with that shit. I don't want to see your face at a search, because you obviously haven't shown that you gave two shits about Jack and Lily, right? Now, Daniel, I think Daniel does control damage. I think that's it. This. Oh, look at that in a sec, Charmaine. But it's looking at the logical scope of the case and seeing what has all transpired, taking that with the data of two children extremely rare missing, and you have a timeline. Okay, I can tell you right now, the RCMP told Janie that they didn't believe her. Same with Daniel, that they didn't believe him about Thursday. And they pretty much told Janie to suck it with their timelines. Because why? Because the RCMP is not stupid enough to believe that in a 20-minute time window, these children vanished without any air scent, without a trace, didn't leave besides one boot print in there, and possibly have planted one perhaps, where the blanket was and stuff like that. So I don't believe in all this crap of Haley, and it's not Haley, sorry. Hayden, close enough. Haley Hayden. Hayden spelt with an H-A-I, by the way. So I don't believe this. I feel like that he got his people wrong. That I don't think that Brandon's this person. Well, I don't know him enough, but I don't think he's this person, but he could be coming out there to try to be deceptive. I just think that he got the people wrong, and that it's not accurate. And that's how I'm left feeling. And when I look at if they were involved, it goes still beyond making sense, right? I can't see two people on the property that are sitting there going, let's just tell the whole famdango, hey, Wade, I know you don't know that you're being interviewed, but thank you for being truthful how you felt. Why? Because, like he said, all three of them should be locked up. Bunch of liars. The kids are probably buried 20 miles from here. Blah, 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 blah. Of course, is Cindy upset when she finds out? Yeah, because she doesn't want that shit, and she doesn't want that. When Haley spoke out and those clips, due to my own fault, okay, come out, right? Then Haley has to own up to it, right? I had to own up to it, to Haley, And then so she wanted to do the live. She wanted to get ahead of other titless YouTube creators that wanted to, expose it, DT, hi DT, and stuff like that, who broke every trust in the world. So fuck you, DT, by the way. Like, fuck you forever on that shit. The way you tried to manipulate and just be an egotistical jerk off. You're welcome, DT. That was a compliment, by the way. And do shit like that. But anyways, but then Haley took a lot of wrath, I'm sure, once those voice clips came out from her family, especially about the, Malaya and Hayden drinking and drunk. And I mean, everyone does that when two children are missing. Hey, let's just party it up, at Cindy's house, at my mom's house there, and just leave freaking alcohol and shit everywhere. What about the kids, right? So, so Haley doesn't very much speak up no more. And maybe I think a lot of it is because people speak up, and then, then it gets old to them as well. Like there's nothing else to wait for besides the RCMP to give them answers. But, a lot of these people have jobs and different things, and, and we all know how the internet works. But anyways, so to think that Wade said all that stuff, and to think that Emily and Hayden, and that Malaya got Emily and Hayden to go make it seem like so she could hide these kids, because what other theory would it be for Malaya if she was the one that had her family do this? There's nothing that makes sense, and if it doesn't make sense, it's because it's nonsense. Whoops, let me put their little faces back up there first. And so, like I said, then you add Alvin. If you add Alvin into the mix of them all being part of it, then that would equate to two people know that they did something to Jack and Lily on the property, and the whole family is there to protect and on the down low. Again, it's ridiculous. Two people knowing, three, like maybe the three people on the property, perhaps, I believe know the answers to Jack and Lily, and hence why we keep seeing this utter BS. People going, I believe Daniel, and I believe Malaya, and I blah, blah, blah. I don't give two flying fucks about Malaya's mental health issues. There's two children missing. They're called Jack and Lily. I don't care about anything else in regards to this case besides the fact of that we're not family, and we're sitting there taking more time out of our lives because that's how much we care about Jack and Lily. That's exactly what Malaya should be doing, but she's not, right? Instead, she's getting her nail done, partying it up, right? Her and Daniel, no offense, Daniel, no offense, Malaya. Last thing I'd be thinking about doing is entering a relationship. Like, really? Get your fucking head screwed on straight, right? Like, who thinks to do that? within a short period of time. I'm not here to make bullshit for these people. It's fucking ridiculous. Sorry if I'm swearing too much, by the way. But sorry, but I'm not here to make excuses for these actions, regardless of the involvement of Jack and Lily. Just a timeline that the RCMP is saying, kiss my butt on, because they know that two children could not leave this property within about a 20-minute time frame. The inconsistencies in the stories, and they blew their own timelines apart. And then on top of that, they can't even say their timelines correctly. It's like they tried, but it just didn't happen. And the reason why there's all these cracks within that timeline is, again, because to me, the answer is right there in front of our faces, that Jack and Lily, that something happened to Jack and Lily, and all this other stuff now is just a bunch of diarrhea that's muddying the waters, right? And RCMP, there ain't no helicopters, when Daniel goes in to no service zone, there ain't no helicopters flying in there for him. All right? Let's get real. I wish I could sit there and walk beyond a tree and my service goes out and I got helicopters trying to protect me. Fucking ridiculous, okay? That's absurd. Even when shut up, Charmaine, AI'd that. Only people that would get that type of special treatment, you'd have to be in serious, serious danger for them to ever waste money on stuff like that. Drones, watching them? Sure. They ain't watching you to protect you, dude. They're watching you because they don't believe you guys. Let's get real. Oh, fuck AI. Fucking AI, shut up, damn Grindle. But anyways, I want to see quickly. So, sorry, sometimes I just, just the truth. I just like to keep it real. Maybe I'm swearing a little bit too much today. Don't give a shit, to be honest with you. Because this case, it's when I think of the ridiculousness of these absurdities that are going on, it pisses me off. It does, because it just convolutes the case and fills it up with fills up the shit tank, right? With a bunch of fucking dirty water. Take that metaphor from me, Daniel. You're more than welcome. Yeah. Okay. Let me just see. Let's gotta see what Charmaine sent me here. Oh, okay. Thanks, Charmaine. Let's see. Oh, was that part of it? I should have remembered that. Okay, yeah. Okay, hold on. My husband. Hold on. Okay, thanks, Charmaine. Appreciate that. Okay, let's take a little looky. Love it. Yeah. Shh. It's just I get so angry when when it comes to lying and kids and the BS of this case. These children deserve so much more, and you guys know that, just like I do, right? They deserve to be playing outside right now. They don't deserve the bullshit of the parents, that were supposed to have taken care of them, and somehow they just magically disappeared without any scent that left that property, right? Without any sign that they traveled down a road and threw up a blanket, then went and planted a boot print, passed on the pipeline, which we don't still know. But why? I believe Anita. I do believe her when she says that she had a hell of a time getting that receipt from Alea with the boots about Walmart. If your kids are missing, you'd be scrambling for the police right away. Not trying to, what do you got to hide, Malaya? What do you have to hide? Your fake acting, your mental health issues. Honestly, go fucking fix yourself. Thank you. Thank you, Rhonda. Daniel, you said you've been working on yourself. Now you're kind of preaching to people, which is kind of ridiculous coming from about, but I'm glad if you're fixing yourself, You know, you got to prep yourself up. Perhaps one day, if you end up behind those bars, you got to make sure that you're mentally stable and able to cope in those situations. Malaya, same for you. Get your fingernails done and stuff like that because at your time, you know, might be coming. You never know. Because I call bullshit on both of you. You know, Janie, I'll give you more the benefit of the doubt, but I still don't buy your shit either. Sorry, Janie. Just how I see it. I just, you know, I pray that I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, yeah, I'll buy you a bucket of KFC. Janie, I'll buy you some muffins. Malaya, I'll put scissors to your hair and chop it really short. That's my gift to you, to be honest with you. After I sling a pie at you, perhaps, for the way that you have handled looking for your own two damn kids, to be honest. Anyway, now I'm just venting. Now, you guys, now I'm just venting. Okay, so let me hear. I gotta share screen, I guess. Let's see here. Okay, Charmaine sent me this. It says 1 minute and 8 seconds. Oh, I think I remember these videos.
There's the Black House. This is where the helicopter's set up, right here in this field.
Oh, shit.
Now, up on this road here,
I'll play it again, guys.
On day one, the shirt, a pink shirt and something else, I forget what color it was.
We'll come back, okay?
It's just right up here.
We'll come back to that. That was very unexpected. Belinda believe. Thank you so much for that super sticker. And just so you know, you guys, that's totally going towards my road trip. It's gonna be an expensive road trip going up there. Sunny, I appreciate you. Keep Jack and Lily always in the forefront. Thank you. Joyous, thank you. I know I see you, like I said, supporting the channels all the time. All I'm going to say is thank you guys so much. I just truly appreciate it. And it's not expected, but thank you so much. I'll play that again. I just happened to come and all of a sudden it was like Belinda's came up. And next thing I know, I seen this big, bright pink thing in my face from Joyous because that came up like that. Isn't it weird that like the 99-cent super stickers are red? You know, just feel like that's the wrong color for some reason for those ones because it's so bright. This pink color is lovely. I like that one for sure. Anyway, so let me go. I'll take myself off the screen and I'll do that. Okay. So just give me one moment. But that truly is going for the road trip. Me and my husband were just talking about it. It's like $1,000 for tires because we have tires because the winter ones are on, but the front ones are bad and the back one kind of has a leak in it. But the other tires have been sitting in storage for like 8 or 9 years now. So those are probably aren't too good anymore. So I'm just going to tell you right now. That's what it's going towards. So thank you. And maybe I'll buy Charmaine a coffee on the way back. No, thank you guys, though. Appreciate that. So let me do this right and properly again. I'll take myself off the screen, and then I'll boost this as high as I can. Where's my booster? Right here. We'll boost it, and then we'll play it. Okay, I think we got this. Nope, wrong Facebook. Okay, ready? Let's try this again. All right, play.
There's the Black House. This is where the helicopter's set up, right here in this field. Now, up on this road here, on day one, the shirt, a pink shirt and something else, I forget what color it was, is just right up here. See where those tags are? Day one right there.
We're going to come back to that because he said, that the shirts were at this location. Hey, Ben. Yeah, of course, I'll restart the stream for you, Ben. Of course. Give me a minute, Ben. I'll get back to you. Okay, actually, let me just play it out. Well, I think it's almost over. Actually, let me just rewind that a little bit. I want to go hear that part again. One sec. Okay.
See where those tags are? Day one right there. Right in that tree.
Oh, I'm going to go back. Hold on.
It's just right up here.
I'm going to play it one more time. One more time.
House.
One more time.
This is where the helicopter's set up, right here in this field. Now, up on this road here.
You guys see that house that's right there in the screenshot or the video? That's the house that has about 5 cameras and none of them were working. Right now, Daniel knows who these people are here, but I'm just saying that those cameras weren't working, just like the POA one behind Brandon didn't work as well. So that's where Drunk Turkey kept saying, well, it would have been on his lights would have been seen on camera. No, because if you knew the case well enough, you would know that those weren't working. But it's not like Justin was talking to you. He was talking to me, wasn't he, on there? But anyways, who's is talking in this video? Oh, this is Brandon talking in this. So let me continue to play. I just want to point out that that's the house that had a bunch of cameras, but they weren't working.
On day one, the shirt, a pink shirt and something else, I forget what color it was, is just right up here. See where those tags are? Day one right there. Right in that tree.
Okay, so oh, he's backing up there. One sec. Sorry, you got 1 second. Okay, so let's go back there. Okay, let me just go back down. Okay, so what he was saying, I remember this. And this is what didn't make sense. Well, a lot of it doesn't make sense. So he's saying that a shirt and then another shirt, and he doesn't quite remember the color, but yet I think it was said that he said it was a blue shirt. But anyway, so let's say a pink and a blue shirt were found at this location. And he said that the blanket was not there. And he said that either the blanket was put there after, but he thought that he had heard that it was on Lansdowne Station Road. Now, I know that Cheryl said Lansdowne Station Road, and then Janie's like, and Cheryl, Haley said Lansdowne Station Road. And then Janie was like, Haley, by the way, it wasn't Lansdowne Station Road, it was Lansdowne Road. Okay, so hold on. I'm not muted. Oh, that was you. Start looking down at my mic going, no, everything looks good. Smoker. Yeah, I saw those cigarettes there too. I used to smoke. I do vape, but I quit smoking like what, 6-7 years ago. Can't remember. A family cover up to what happened and to the fact that they turned a blind eye to the neglect and abuse they suffered under M and DM. You know, I concur. Shamini recently said it is not where the blanket was. Right. So, I mean, so how is it? Oh, I guess this is where the plot twist will come in. So how is it that the blanket? Well, I mean, we hear on the scanner radio, right? That day. Can't remember what time the blanket was found. What was it, like 3:53, 3:45, something like that in the afternoon. So Cheryl or Haley and that saying it was a mile down, but when we do think about this, right? Haley, Emily, Hayden say that that's where the blanket was, even though there's discrepancy between the height of the blanket when it was said. Hi, Charmaine. You did put a hype option on your last live stream. One of your subscribers wanted to hype. Doesn't hype's automatic? Is it not? The hype. Like if I go to a video, it says hype. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the hype is automatically there. Like I didn't do anything, but yet I go to people's. Has anyone seen that? Hold on. Let me ask you. Hold on. Has anyone seen like a hype when you click on like? Does a hype come up on any of my lives? Oh, I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. I think I went to go hype once and it says, you're not allowed to hype your own channel. I'm like, fuck off, YouTube. Yeah. Cindy knows that past history that will come to light. I think a lot of people's heads are going to roll with this case when it comes to it. Where's the truth? I remember the first day of hearing the pink and blue shirt found. And isn't it interesting that Am said it wasn't the kids' shirts? So the shirts, well, that's just it. This is where I'm confused. Because I know that in the audio, scanner audio, they talk about a couple shirts being found. Pretty sure that was. And I think a pair of like underwear or something. So tell me how that. It's just messed up when I think about it all. You know, I mean, Daniel takes us to the tree where the blanket was found. You know, was that blanket why is there two kids' tree shirts hanging in trees? I'd be talking about the blue blanket found that day and not the piece of pink blanket. What do you mean? Brandy, are you talking about so when Daniel was talking about a blanket near the start, he mentioned a blue blanket. Because you're not talking about the one that Belinda found with the sweater in it, right? Daniel was talking about a blue blanket, but then that changed. And then Daniel said that there was another pink blanket. And yet RCMP said, no, there was only one pink blanket. Like meaning I remember on Ninchi's because I remember seeing the email that she put up And they said, no, there was not 2 blankets. There was 1. But Daniel says there was 2. And then we seen pictures, and I seen it on Haley's roll. Like when Haley sent me the picture of the keys, I believe, underneath, you know how sometimes if somebody sends you something, there's like the little pictures that you have as well on your phone. And I remember seeing that exact, a pink little towel, I would call it. I wouldn't call it a blanket. I would call it one of those things that you would wash your cars with, you know, like a microfiber type of thing, like that size. Let it be known. Don't believe the hype. Don't believe the hype. Can't hyped. I think it has to be after the video, after like a live's over. On there. Who's messaging me? 1 second here. Wait, let me take this down for a second. And I'll go back to it. 1 second. Facebook. We'll put up Jack and Lily for a minute. Could have been put there after the person seen the show. Well, that's like, I mean, like I said, why do things have to feel so twisted? That's what you're talking about, right? The blue blanket of that Daniel spoke about it first. Yes, we have to remember that they had a lot of pressure coming on them with no money coming into CPS, on their backs, drug addiction, etc. Absolutely. Absolutely. Can only hype on mobile or tablet. That's usually what I've done it on. Is on usually I'm watching videos on my iPad. Gotcha. Janie also showed, yeah, but that's the thing, right? Is that this is like they weren't there to see that, like, you know, in essence of this case, Janie and Daniel weren't there, right? It was Hayden, Haley, and Emily that were there. And Cheryl said that she came up like her and Shelby came up like right soon after that. So, and on a map, like I had asked Cheryl, you know, where the blanket was, right? And then because I had the blanket on the other side, I mean, I was Earl's house on the other side, right? But then it was kind of, I don't even remember how it was shown that it was there originally now, because it's been too long. So it's like we hear about in the audio about the blanket being found with some other things, but we don't know what the actual spot is. So then you're relying on people saying where it was, right? But it's not like the RCMP or a reporter were there to witness it. Well, that's not true. RCMP did come, but we don't know that that was the spot though, right? So that spot has only been put there by the people that said that they found the blanket, but we don't know the truth of from RCMP where that blanket was, if that's the tree or if it's somewhere else, you know, we don't know. I wonder who, I can't remember who the first one is that was like saying that this is where the blanket was. Like this exact spot. I mean, there's obviously a piece of ribbon on there, right? And that wasn't put there by just some random person. Chances are. Huh. Okay, hold on. Now you guys got my brain hurting on this one. Peggy. Hi, Peggy Day. Thank you for the $2.99 super sticker. Welcome. When I rewatch older videos, I make notes because I always hear something I miss. Absolutely. Just like, I keep saying I'm going to go back and listen to the audio for the umpteenth time, you know? But this time I might take notes. Sometimes I take notes. And then, yeah, but I'm going to start being more organized with this shit. Yeah. But that's just it, right? Because that audio, like I said, you go back and listen to it, and even if you remember it at the time, all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, right, you know, and everything is at the start. Trust me, when it comes to this case, right? Most of the information that is truthful is at the start of the case. Like it's still, I still can never get over this one. I still cannot get over the fact that that particular sentence that Daniel said to Lindsay, that she's trying to blame everything on me so she doesn't get in trouble. That's like saying that we're both accountable. But she took off and she's trying to blame everything on me now so she doesn't get in trouble. No, it's because you both know exactly what happened. That's exactly that sentence right there alone tells me that. Now, when it was said, it was in one of those raw moments, right? That he's boohooing over Malaya, that she left. And like I told you guys before, he seemed more focused on the relationship with him and Malaya than he did about the kids. And when the reporter went to ask him, well, what did he mean by that? Even when he answered me when I asked him about it on the live, it reminded me of that flaky answer about Jamie as well, right? Where it's like getting an answer that you just take it as you're just giving me an answer, but it's just BS. I mean, because not everyone can make up certain things right on the spot, because sometimes you get caught in a loop and maybe you don't expect that question to be asked of you, you know? But I didn't buy his answer when he said that, because I truly believe that those words literally is basically like telling on yourselves. And it was in a raw moment, where he was bawling his eyes out. Malaya left him, and then he makes a comment like that. So to me, again, that's where more truth comes out, right? So when I hear that comment, all I can picture is like Daniel in that raw moment where he's not really, thinking about the words that he's saying. And then he says that. And then when he's asked about it, he doesn't want it. Like he doesn't clarify what he meant. He just avoids. Oh my God, I gotta shut up so I can look at whatever Charmaine sent me. Okay. So on that post, he said, I'm not going to pull it up, or maybe should I just pull it up? Okay. And then there's another video behind that. Let me just, 1 second here. Did I download that? Okay, wait, 1 second. And then, is this the other one? No, that doesn't look like. Show me that video that you sent is the same one. Am I missing something? Hold on. I gotta turn this off. That video underneath, you sent me the same thing in Facebook. Let me close that for a second. 1 second. Boy, my live was supposed to be so much different than this, to be honest with you. But that clip is the same clip. Am I missing something? Is this one a different clip here? Let's see. I can't play this. Oh, wait, maybe I can. No, that's just a screenshot. Huh? Not sure what that second one's what I'm supposed to be showing there. Oh, hold on. What's this? Boom, the location of the pink blanket. Okay, but blah, 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 blah. Yeah, sorry, Charmaine, I'm not sure, but she wanted me to show this, I suppose. Image file. Okay, let's look at this. I'll take this down. I'm gonna have to start thinking about that whole blanket thing again. About who's the actual one that told us where that was. Does anybody know? Hey, Grey Wolf. I gotta keep scrolling. Remember watching the video? Yeah, where Daniel showed us, right, the exact branch. I remember that, but he also said that he didn't know where that tree was or where the thing was. It was like, so he would have had to have been told it, shown it, watching, something. Okay, so Charmaine circles. People also keep asking why everyone believes that is where the blanket was found. And he said it was not. That was addressed in my statement to police, and I will not comment further on that. Yeah, but Daniel Martell, no, this is way before then. Okay, I'm going to have to go back. I'm going to have to think about this. I will try to ask Haley if that was the tree that the blanket was found. If that was the exact location. Because we don't, like, honestly, I don't remember anymore. I remember because Hidden in the Fog, Susan was talking with Cheryl and that. And next thing I know, she had a map of where Earl lived and where the blanket was and the boot print. And I just took it off of her map, thinking that they told her about it. Is he saying the blanket was found in a? Right, he is. What he's saying is that when he was there, he's saying, okay, Brandon, when he was there, he said that there was a pink shirt, and then he kind of gets wavy, but that's okay. But let's just say he saw another shirt. He said blue, and then one time he says like blue and purple. So he's saying that when he was there, right, when these other, and let's just, regardless of say who he's saying it was, let's just say when he came upon Elvin and these other people that were there, he's saying that there was no blanket there in the trees. And that he said it either could have been placed there later, but that he remembered or he had heard that it was on Lansdowne Station Road where the blanket was. But he's basically just saying that there was no blanket there on that tree when I was there. So he said maybe it was placed later. What the fuck is true anymore? Seriously. What the heck is true anymore? I'm going to have to go back to this because and see why we all believe that was, is it because of the ribbon on the tree when they showed it and was like, yeah, but we can't go by Daniel because he has claimed that he didn't know, like, even if we think he planted it, he's saying that he never was there. In fact, he said he didn't even see a picture of the blanket. So he's going by whatever information he went off to say, yeah, like this is where the blanket was. Can you find out if Brad still searches with Shenanigans and Malaya? Sure, I can answer you right now. Um, so I asked Brad, just because I was curious. Normally, um, I'll tell you the reason why I actually asked Brad. Um, is because I wanted to know where his alignment was at. Because because people can sometimes put themselves in predicaments, like perhaps Shanann, when you get too close with participants, especially of the children missing and the mother. And and hence it's kind of like then you kind of get caught in the middle of yourself, right? And obviously I think that's probably the case there with the channel and assisting Malaya and trying to, right? So it's really, I guess, where she depends her loyalty is. Um, so I had asked Brad, and his answer was that it was only the one time that he had talked to Malaya and that particular time, that it was just the once, and he hasn't talked to any of them since. That's what he said to me. I just, I don't usually don't ask too many questions about stuff like that, but I did want to know because I rely on when I'm talking with people that we try to keep our words and not share. So if you have kind of like this side and this side, right? Then it's kind of like, okay, did his loyalty kind of waver, because sometimes people get caught up in stuff like in the middle of things. And I just wanted to know myself as well. So that's why I asked, right? And that's when he had told me that. So I hope that answers your question, because that's how he answered me back when I asked him. So yeah, so I hope that answers your question. So basically, according to this, Brandon's saying that there was 2 shirts there, and that there wasn't a blanket there, and that the blanket got placed later. But that doesn't make sense. It doesn't. I mean, it could, but it doesn't. I'm just trying to figure out who's going to go plant a blanket during the middle of the search, during the middle of, well, RCMP are all around. Is it plausible? Yeah. But that's the thing, right? Is that we can only assume that that's the tree that Haley and that picked out, but we don't know truly if it was. And all we got to go by is, like, we're hearing on the scanner audio about, the blanket and when it was found and stuff. And in the articles, it said to have been found on an old ATV road, But then your mind has to go get twisted about it. About how 2 shirts and then magically a blanket appears in the mid-morning or afternoon. Huh. Okay, so that one's gonna play on my mind. I'm gonna play a video or one you guys probably haven't heard in a bit. Don't forget to listen to what Daniel's saying about coming out of the woods, about him when he wakes up, and says stuff. Scissor Sister, or what have I missed? Okay, so let's do that. Let me play that. And I'm going to see if I can message Haley and ask her, Haley, is this where the actual, I mean, can we take the tree that the blanket's in and match it together? Probably hard. Okay, but anyways, stop screen share. Okay, now this is audio. Okay, guys? You guys can look at the Matt Galloway. Many of you guys, I think a lot of people forget about this one. So I thought I would play it again.
Search teams going to the Gairloch location while we try and locate a GSAR commander.
It has been 2.5 months since that search began for 2 young children who disappeared in rural Nova Scotia, and there is still no trace of them. 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan were reported missing from their home by their mother and stepfather. A massive search ensued.
A lot of area to cover. We're out in the sticks here. You're very familiar.
Crews scoured dense woods for 10 days. They found what they believed to be a child's boot print and a piece of a blanket, but nothing else. At least, not that the police will say publicly. It's a mystery that is gripping the country and beyond.
I know that everybody basically in the world at this point is always wanting to know what happened.
Now, for the first time, we're hearing from the children's step-grandmother, who lives on the property where the children went missing and who was there that day.
My bedroom is right there. I heard the kids. After that, I heard nothing. The next thing I know, or the next thing I heard, is I heard Daniel yelling.
Her son, Daniel, the children's stepfather, is the subject of murderous accusations.
Well, a lot of speculation is you killed the kids. We'll just come out and say it straight as it is.
His mother is showing us around their property to dispel rumors as conspiracy theories run wild online, with TikTok and YouTube videos garnering millions of views.
These are everybody's grandchildren. They're not just mine now. It does seem like the whole world cares.
Kayla Hansel is the CBC's national reporter from the Maritime Provinces. She's done a series of in-depth interviews on the case. Good morning.
Good morning, Megan.
Kayla, first of all, what can you tell us about where this happened? Set the scene for us.
So the children were reported missing from a mobile home in Lansdowne Station where they were living with their mother and stepfather. There's an RV parked next to it, and that's where the children's step-grandmother lives. There are some toys in the yard, a tipped-over red wagon in the front, a handmade wooden swing set in the back. And this is an extremely rural part of the province in Pictou County, around 140 kilometers northeast of Halifax. And I can tell you, I've been a reporter in Nova Scotia for 16 years now, so you can imagine I've been to a lot of small communities, and I don't think I've seen anything quite this rural. There are no close neighbors, there are not many neighbors at all, and the home is surrounded by very dense woods.
Now, for people who have not been following this closely, can you remind us how this all started? It was on May 2nd, right?
That's right. It's the morning of Friday, May 2nd, so exactly 11 weeks ago today. And most of the information that we have about those first hours comes from the children's stepfather, Daniel Martell. I spoke with him in a recorded interview for nearly an hour, and he says he and the children's mother, Malaya Brooks Murray, were in bed with their other child, a baby, and they were sort of dozing in and out of sleep. And Lily and Jack were playing in the kitchen, but Lily came into the bedroom multiple times and woke him up. And here's what he says happened next.
And then about 20 minutes passed, and then when I woke up, Malaya was right beside me. She was still asleep. And I said, I don't hear Lily and Jack. So I jumped straight up out of bed. Silence is never a good thing when you have kids, because you know they're getting into something. And then we noticed the boots were gone. We went outside, made our way into the backyard. We didn't see them anywhere. And Malaya said, should I call 911? And I said, well, just wait 1 second. I ran up in the woods to the kids. They have cabins up in the woods. So, but I don't know, 100 feet up in the woods. Ran up there, ran right back down, which only took me like 30 seconds. And I was screaming for Lily and Jack, you know, all the way out when I was running up to the cabins. And my mother heard me, so she came out and said, you know, what's going on? And I said, you know, Lily and Jack are missing.
And so the RCMP says.
Okay, so just two things I'm going to point out there. I messaged her, but she hasn't seen my message yet. But anyways, so two things out there. Of course, this is where he said that he's the one. Now, remember, he retracted that. But he said that that's when he woke up 20 minutes later. Actually, let's make that three things. 20 minutes later. So 20 minutes. And this is where I was like, okay, so 20 minutes later, you know, puts him around 8:50 type of idea. Well, where's the rest of this gap? Because it jumped to 9:40 when they supposedly woke up. So this is where I was thinking, okay, well, they're just lying to the media to cover their asses so they don't get in trouble by CPS and to make it look like that, you know what I mean? People are going to lie that way because they don't want to look like bad parents, right? So that's kind of where the gap was. And he said that in one interview, it was like a few minutes later, but 20 minutes later. But then he says that, well, another time he says that Malaya was on the phone with dispatch as he was going up to the trees. And then, of course, he'll say that Malaya was just standing there playing on her phone, basically not helping. And then, so regardless if he said to Charmaine, like the F word, you know, like, well, fuck yeah, it's your kids. You know, obviously he's going to tone that down, but I don't believe he said it that way anyway. It's probably, like I said, I mean, to me, it's still a crock of shit timeline regardless. But then anyways, he says that he came down and that, remember when Janie said that he was yelling for Jack and Lily and just thought it was something to do with the chickens and, you know, stuff like that. But then he says, right, that he comes down and his mom says, what's up? And he's like, well, the kids are missing. But wait a second. She heard you yelling. It only took you 30 seconds to go up there. And your mom said that she heard you yelling. And she went back, basically had gone back to sleep. And that she came out 10 minutes after the fact. So how did she come out of the trailer when you were coming down from the forts, which took you 30 seconds? That's a big difference between Janie's 10 minutes to 30 seconds and then your mom's there. Now, your mom has already claimed that she went over to Malaya and saw Malaya standing there with Meadow and said, what's going on? You know, what's up? And Malaya said that the kids are, you know, missing. And she's like, well, the first thing I thought to do was to put on my boots and go back, you know, and go up there and look from, I guess, where Daniel just looked, apparently, right? Because Daniel just went to the forts, but Janie's first thought was she was going to do that. So again, Daniel's thing is, well, I was yelling for the kids. 30 seconds later, my mom pops out of the trailer. And then when he's on Charmaine's, he mixes that up as well, you know, about the dogs and that his mom was already outside and stuff. And it's like, okay, people, just get your stories straight. Like, how hard is this, you know, in a sense, like meaning, you know, DT, I should call him DF, dick fuck. But anyways, he comes out and he's like, all he's doing is giving Daniel these outs for time about everything, like everything, you know, ridiculous stories about a bird plopping the blanket in a tree and a bear and all that stuff. But it's like, how many outs do you give people when they're talking about time? 20 minutes of time, but really you're claiming that you didn't wake up. And when I asked Daniel on the live, I'm like, Well, what happened to this hour gap? And he didn't have an answer. Right? He didn't have an answer. In my eyes, it's because the timeline is made up. And now that you're on a spot to try to answer what happened, well, you don't know. You know, because like I said, either you're sleeping longer, even though I'm still not buying the timeline. So again, I've always ever said I'm using their own words against them. And that's exactly what I've done the entire time, is use their, meaning especially Daniel and Janie. Malaya, not so much, right? Because we only got to see what was in the documents, after the fact. But it was always just using their own words about what they built their timeline around. And again, Daniel wakes up and says to Malaya, nope. Malaya says she wakes up. They come outside. Daniel basically places Malaya. Daniel says that Cindy arrived within 12 minutes of the cops being called, whatever, right? And we don't know exactly where she could have been, but the police certainly do. They certainly have the GPS, just like they'll have the GPS of anyone that was where Brandon says, the Alvin and whatever. They'll have the GPS. Those people didn't all think to leave their phones at home. They ain't all that smart. That's why most people are busted nowadays. Because like Brian Koberger case, he turns his phone off before he commits the murders and then turns his phone back on once he's kind of a little bit clear of there. Duh. What do you think? During the time of the killing? You know what I mean? So it's these constant inconsistencies, not just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's the constant inconsistencies of never hearing Malaya say about her seeing the children. We only learned that from the document. Actually, that's not true. Belinda had told me that Lana had told her that she saw Lily that morning, right? So they've placed themselves in a hold of, well, I mean, I saw Lily one time. Daniel claims it was a few times that he saw Lily. And then when you ask him about it, he's like, well, I can't really speak for Malaya. Dude, you're in the bed lying with her. You'd be very much aware don't try to play the groggy, basically waking up shit on me. You'd be well aware in that trailer, in that bedroom, if you and Malaya saw Lily multiple times. Meaning you could say, well, I know I saw her a few times, but Malaya was kind of like in and out, like she was out of it and didn't see her. But you would know the answer to that. So it's like, I get that there's certain small things and there's certain things that you get mixed up, right? But this is consistent inaccuracies. And why? Again, it's either how you look at the case. Just like I don't believe the RCMP isn't stupid enough to buy this time frame. Hence why Janie was told by the RCMP that they didn't believe her timeline. Why do you think that is? There's no freaking scent of dogs. There's no items. Of all the searching, they didn't find shit. Why didn't they find shit? It's because it's not true. That's why. To me, it's a made-up timeline. I mean, they're the ones that made their bed on their timeline. They're the ones that all placed themselves as hearing, seeing, and all this. What about Janie when she denied saying that stuff to Belinda about hearing the kids, right? The hushing. What about the potholes, she said? And then she denied about the potholes that she was digging that night. Why did Daniel or Janie go inside on the Thursday and had no clue what ever happened to the kids after that? So you mean what? You mean like you think you would have said, well, Daniel and the kids were still outside when I went in for dinner. Not just, well, I'm not sure what happened to the kids. I went inside for dinner. So what? So then Daniel was out by himself? doing the fence till nighttime, and Daniel can't remember if the kids were awake or asleep. Again, it's just a little bit too much to believe, isn't it? The timeline from Thursday is wishy-washy, right? Again, Daniel told us. Kim Mitchell. Hi, Kim. Sonny, if the kids were missing, according to Malaya and Daniel's timeline, those babies would have been found. Well, that's just it. And that is why the RCMP are not going to be buying their timeline at all, in my opinion. Because, no offense, but they're just not smart like that. Like, you know, I don't think that this is like their 10th time at the rodeo of disappearing children, right? It's like newbies trying to cover up, you know, a crime. And there's so many flaws in it that to anyone from the outside looking in, it's just all too ridiculous to believe. Too many inconsistencies. Again, if you're telling the truth, then everything should be pretty fluent together. You know? So yeah, when Janie gave her, you know, time frame of not 10, sorry, what am I at here? At 9:48. Is that when it was her brother? No, 8:48 was her brother. That was it, 8:48. She basically stuck them in hold of a timeline of when Jack and Lily could have disappeared. And you'd have to be like the great Houdini in order to make that happen, to not have any scent. Come on, you guys, the scent would be fresh as shit in those woods. They would be fresh as shit going down the road to pick up on Jack and Lily. But there was nothing. Nothing. No scent where this blankie was. Just all gone. You're welcome, Joyous. Hi, yes, ma'am. But so anyways, so Daniel comes down, says his mom comes out. No, she didn't. She went back to sleepy on ya. Tucker barked, heard the kids, and she went back to sleep. And she didn't come out for 10 minutes after. That's her story. But you guys are changing it all up. Like that whole little part right there. Janie comes out, sees Malaya with the child. No, Daniel comes down from the hill 30 seconds later. Janie says that she's gone for 10 minutes. Anyway. And that's just a small portion, right? And then as the case has gone on, right? Because Daniel's not the only one talking and not so much Malaya, Daniel starts, oh, well, you know where this little pothole is in the timeline? Well, let me just fill it with that. When I awoke, like nothing was moved. Like there was nothing in the kitchen moved. You know, you guys catch him when he said that we saw the boots? And I was like, what do you mean you saw the boots? No, you didn't. He said the boots, that there was no boots there. I kind of remember that during, I think it was Charmaine's live. I was like, see, that's what I'm talking about. You know, you're saying shit wrong. That could have been just a Freudian slip. But again, it's like their own just timeline just busts. And that's just a portion of it. Right? Let's just go back to the fact that these people got amnesia, you know, and forget a fucking lot type of thing going on. And they can't remember their Wednesday from their Thursday. Like in the documents. And it's like, you guys drunk? You guys on drugs? Like how could you both forget stuff? And then again, they claim the amnesia. Daniel says about the door that the children needed to, you know, push it closed. You know, both of them. You honestly think that Jack and Lily are going to take time to do that? Janie says she hears them playing on the swing set. You know, she's adamant about that. Again, the police aren't buying your bullshit because the bullshit doesn't make sense. right? It's not even rocket science. Two children that are always watched manage to go outside. They are obviously taking care of themselves because the parents are in the bedroom with Meadow. Malaya makes no talk about seeing Lily until we see it in the documents, really, besides Belinda telling me that Lana said that, Malaya said that to her. And I was like, wait, what? You know? But then when it came out in the documents, it's like, oh, so now you're claiming that you've seen her. Right. You just strapped yourself in to a timeline by saying that instead of just saying you heard, you know? Anyway, play some more. Thank you guys so much for being here. If you haven't hit the like and the share, please do. Little Jack and Lily don't deserve this. Tell you that fucking much. We all know that. They don't deserve. They deserve so much more. Okay, where am I going here? Right here.
It was around 10 a.m. when they received the 911 call. They won't say exactly what time.
Now, we just heard Martell mentioning his mother. What have we learned from her?
Well, as you mentioned earlier, she was there the day Lily and Jack went missing. She's never spoken publicly until this interview with my colleague. Her name is Janie McKenzie, and she had basically given Martell and his young family the mobile home and was living in the RV parked next to the house. She says she very much thought of Lily and Jack as her grandchildren, says they called her Granny, and have been part of her family for 2 years. She describes them as two very different children.
Jack's the one that if he didn't want to do something, he didn't do it. And he was a curious boy. He stayed out here, and that's all he did was look for bugs and worms. And Lily, she was always running around, screaming and hollering. And I observed those kids for 2 years. They were part of my life for 2 years.
What does Janie say about what happened that day?
Well, she says that morning her brother called her at 8:48 local time. She has the timestamp on her phone. She says she spoke with him and then went back to bed. But then she heard her dog barking and she heard Lily and Jack. She didn't see them, but says she heard them. And she says it was around 10 minutes after that call with her brother, so around 9 a.m. now, that she heard her son yelling for Lily and Jack. Now, she didn't go outside immediately, but when she did a short time later, she saw Malaya, the children's mother, standing there with the baby, and it was her who told Janie that Lily and Jack were missing and had been for about 20 minutes. And she says, ever since then, baseless stories have been swirling about her family.
All the rumors and accusations about us murdering the kids and burying them on the property. A curious boy. He stayed out here, and that's all he did was look for bugs and worms.
There's a part there that I'm going to
Lily,
play again.
She was always running around, screaming and hollering. And I observed those kids for 2 years. They were part of my life for 2 years.
What does Janie say about what happened that day?
Well, she says that morning her brother called her at 8:48 local time. She has the timestamp on her phone. She says she spoke with him and then went back to bed. But then she heard her dog barking and she heard Lily and Jack. She didn't see them, but says she heard them. And she says it was around 10 minutes after that call with her brother, so around 9 a.m. now, that she heard her son yelling for Lily and Jack. She has the timestamp on her phone. She says she spoke with him and then went back to bed. But then she heard her dog barking and she heard Lily and Jack.
So, 1 second. Got to keep coming back to what happened? Oh, why does it say air? 1 second. I think that's my fault. I'm not sure why it says, what do you mean air? Status code 400. No. What do you mean air? Why is it giving me an air? 1 second. Okay, hold on. And I'm gonna unpin and okay, whoops. Where am I? Hello, where am I? Okay, hold on. Where am I? Add to stage. Oh, there I am. I don't know what was going on there. Give me a second there. Okay, let me just go back to my Facebook and go grab. No, that's not the right one. Shit. Where are you? Did I send you to myself? Shit. I think this is it. Okay, let me pull that up again. And share to stage. It's no fair. I gotta go pee. Nope, that's not what I want. I want this again. But so Janie's talking to her brother at 8:48. And then she says 10 minutes later that she hears Daniel screaming for the kids. But Daniel and Malaya claim that they're up at 9:40 and asking where the kids are. So Janie said about 10 minutes after she heard. Janie said she heard. What? Janie's saying that she talked to her brother at 8:48. And then about 10 minutes after, she hears Daniel yelling for the kids, but they're not even awake yet for 30 minutes. So did the reporter get that part wrong? Because it doesn't make sense. Night-night, who's ever going night-night? Okay, so where was I? Okay,
I didn't see them, but says she heard them.
Okay, let's go
And
back.
she says it was around 10 minutes after that call with her brother, so around 9 a.m. now, that she heard her was around 10 minutes after that call with her brother, so around 9 a.m. now, that she heard her son yelling for Lily and Jack. Now, she didn't go outside immediately, but when she did a short time later, she saw Malaya, the children's mother, standing there with the baby, and it was her who told Janie that Lily and Jack were missing and had been for about 20.
Okay, so that could be simply that the reporter got that wrong. Because it's not like we're hearing Janie say that. We're hearing the reporter. Because she's basically placing Daniel on that outside at 9:10. So I think I'll take that as more the reporter got that wrong. Yeah, her call was at 8:48, and then the reporter saying, and then about 10 minutes later, she hears her son calling out for Lily and Jack. But the thing is, Daniel and Malaya don't get up till 9:40, remember? So that would place 10 minutes at like 8:50, or sorry, like 9 o'clock. But they're not awake then. So I'm thinking that the reporter got that wrong. I'll give the benefit of the doubt that the reporter got that wrong because it does happen with media. Daniel didn't tell her. Malaya did. You talking about the kids being missing when he come down or she goes outside there? Okay, hold on. I'll hit
Her who told Janie that Lily and Jack were missing and had been for about 20 minutes. And she says, ever since then, baseless stories have been swirling about her family.
I'll be right back.
All the rumors and accusations about us murdering the kids and burying them on the property, this place has been searched thoroughly. The well has been checked. The septic tank has been sucked out. All the barns were searched. My RV was searched 3 times. The trailer was searched. This whole place was searched. If they want to come back and search again, they're more than welcome.
So it sounds like a significant search of the property. What else can you tell us about that?
Well, yes, it has certainly been significant. The initial search was 6 days.
The 6-year-old is the girl, I believe, and she's wearing pink. The 4-year-old is wearing some blue dinosaur boots. So, yeah, I think that's all we kind of have right now.
Then on May 7th, the police announced that they're scaling back the search, taking into account the probability of survival. But search crews returned for 2 more weekends after that, up until the end of May. They searched wells, mine shafts, septic systems, as we heard, and they even flew a drone beneath the home. No sign of Lily and Jack. Police say they did find a boot print that they believe to be child-sized, and there's something else. Have a listen to this.
Families brought us to a location there, not far away, that there's a piece of a blanket, which the mother says she believes it belongs to her daughter. It's just off the road here.
And just this week, police told us they are now conducting a forensic examination of that blanket.
And what kind of conditions were the searchers dealing with as they're trying to, locate traces of the children?
It's a good question, Megan, because you may remember 3 years ago, there was a really damaging storm that crashed through the Atlantic provinces. Post-tropical storm.
Just quickly, there's no discrepancy. Sorry, there's no discrepancy about Janie's, the call log. That's fine. It's the fact that the reporter said it was 10 minutes after her call that she heard, that Janie heard Daniel calling for the kids. That's the discrepancy. And I think that that's where the reporter got it wrong, because that places that Daniel came out yelling for the kids at 10 minutes later after her talking to her son. So the time is fine for 8:48, but I believe that the reporter did get it wrong, because as Daniel's story goes and Janie's is that it was 9:40 when Daniel and Malaya got up, started, are the kids there? Are the kids there? Started yelling. So that's what I'm talking about. That's the discrepancy. But I believe it's the reporter just simply said it wrong when she talked about 10 minutes after the phone call with her brother that Daniel was. So that part to me is wrong. Yeah, she never said, I just heard them. Shit shows all the way around. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, let's see here.
Fiona. And this area where Lily and Jack lived was among the hardest hit areas of Nova Scotia. So there.
Okay, so also about the blanket, when the radio's talking, it said just off the road. Right? So that leads you to believe, like, this is what I wouldn't understand, is that, don't you think that there would be a bigger uproar if there was 2 shirts found there, and then the police would come check that out and they'd be like, oh my God, there's another blanket there. Like, there's a blanket there. And then they got like one piece of ribbon, and he says just off the road in that, which, okay, that makes sense, because that's exactly what it was. It was just off the road. So I don't know. Let me just ask you guys this. Do you guys believe that there was 2 shirts there in that spot? Obviously, RCMP would have come check that out right away. Like way before 3:45 or whatever it was in the afternoon for the blanket. Do you believe that shirts were there first and then a blanket suddenly got put in that exact same tree? Does that make sense to anybody? Because according to Brandon, that the blanket, either somebody put it there later or it was on Lansdowne Station Road. I have a hard time is it plausible? But the thing is, why haven't we heard anything about that? Is it stuff that could be true and they're keeping it close to the vest? Don't you think more people would have been talking about this? because we're talking about a point when the RCMP's there. A lot of people are the search and rescue, and a lot of people from the families are starting to come, to the property, because Brandon places it at around, 10:40, 10:45. I know it just seems ridiculous to think that there was 2 shirts there first. The cops would have definitely have seen it by this point. And then they go back and they find a blanket in the tree. What? I mean, it's very unlikely, but it's plausible. And we just don't know that information. What the fuck is wrong with this case? That was just me doing that. It's just so ridiculous. It's not Lansdowne Road as one of Brandon's alleged statement. They did call for a detachment in the dispatch. But just that every time it's all this Brandon shit that's fucking all this up. That's what it is. I mean, we got Haley and Hayden planting, not Haley, why do I keep saying Haley? Emily and Hayden and some other native dude, and he says native girl that was pretty. And this is the shit that we have to keep dealing with. And then these people insert themselves and you're like, okay, is it true or is it not true? I mean, Brad Wong, he's a neighbor. This guy, Brandon, lives in Westville, right? Huge difference in, to me, a bit of a bigger difference, because one's actually a neighbor that lives right near Daniel Martell, would know that Daniel starts up a vehicle, because again, it would be quiet. And the reason why Brad paid attention was because it wasn't normal to usually hear a vehicle. So he is basically staying up to see what kind of was going on. Like he was working on his vehicle, and then he heard the vehicle, saw the lights, which he showed us a video of, that he could see the lights from his place. But at least he lives in that section. I'm not all sure what happened, what you're talking about, Brandy. I don't watch Shenan's, but I did watch on Chaos about a week and a half ago, where Daleen was on with Shanann. Then it kind of turned into like a, argumenty thing. And then Brandon said he reported it, the shirts, and he left them. He checked a while later and said they were still there, so we called again and waited for the RCMP to come get them. Just make sense of that. Make sense of the fact that amidst when full out searchers are there, that somebody, after these shirts leave, that somebody's going to go plant a blanket. Just seems ridiculous. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. And if I'm going to equate anything out of the equation, to be honest with you, it's going to be like his information. It just doesn't add up to me. Doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. God, is that shit's hurting my brain. Maybe they were planting the shirts and got scared when Brandon came up. They asked if he was a cop and removed the shirts. And that is when they planted the blanket. It doesn't make sense. Could there be more cars there than thought? Maybe. I don't know. Yeah. Well, that's according to Brandon. You would think it would be confidential. Like you would think that certain information they don't want out there. So why the fuck are you putting that shit out there now? Anybody else hear about shirts before this? I mean, didn't they talk about it on DT's Live with Chrissy Travers? Shit, the mesh just ain't meshing, you know? RCMP just arrived around 10:27. Told Daniel it was 10:27. He said, no, it's 10:21. Dude, no, it was 10:27. I was right. RCMP just arrived. They were deploying a drone. That's literally the worst time for them to be out planting evidence 15 minutes later. Right? Right? So just imagine the different stuff that was up in the, it just doesn't make sense. Did Haley answer me back? I don't think so. Let me just take a look. No. It's late there and she probably has to work early. Yeah, it's just too much for me. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, Sky Painter. I did, but they were rags in the ground where the blanket was found. Yeah, you know what? Could Brandon be confusing because 3 people are trying to derail the investigation? Lots of people do. Could Brandon be confusing morning and afternoon? Well, he'd be on a special type of medication, I think. Hey, Ben? Yeah. Right, because she was trying to relay, but then we heard that she got a lot of the information wrong as she was saying it as well. And Daleen said that, actually. Can someone clear this up? What was the missing kids since 8 a.m.-ish? Yeah, then the 10 a.m. call to 911. I'm lost with this. Dispatch said kids are missing. No. Dispatch was saying that basically the mother or Daniel, whoever, had said that the kids were last heard or seen between 8 to 8:30. That was very confusing at the start of this case because then you heard about the 10 o'clock call. So the police, RCMP, were told that 8 to 8:30 is the last time that they seen the kids. So that's where that came from. Let's see. Yeah. The next thing you know, That's why it was confusing, because then the next thing you know, we hear about sorry guys, I'm getting so tired, about the 10 o'clock phone call. So we're like, wait, what? They were last seen at 8 to 8:30, and the call goes in like an hour and a half later. Yeah. I blacklisted. Yeah, you know what? It really just boils down to this. At no point have I personally ever heard from any family member or anyone, including Daniel or whatever. No, at no point did I ever hear, and I'm so sorry. Oh, keep yawning once you yawn once. I've never heard anyone say that there was 2 shirts and a tree. I heard Daniel saying that if 2 shirts are found, like meaning his, I believe, that if 2, they would have been his, that it was Malaya basically setting him up. I heard that. We need to listen to the audio on plunder. Hi, Micmac. Sorry, another big yawn. Hello, everyone. And then you said just. Yes, rags, no 2 shirts. It's a completely different location, 5 miles away. I don't want to say the road. Well, now I feel like near the blanket there was some other items. And I feel like Haley had said that. But nothing, I think, that was related to the case. In memory, brain's hurting now. Well, that's just it, right? Like, we don't know this person worth Adam. And then all of a sudden this information starts popping out. And all of a sudden we seem to need to know this information now, you know? Because Brandon gets his, little titties in a spin there and doesn't like that Daniel has said something about him. So that makes him want to drop the information about shirts and location. And I would think that truly crucial information would not be put out there. That people would kind of have a brain cell about that. Some people, though, get frustrated over time. And then they just think that the cops aren't doing enough. And they want to just be like, fuck it. Let's just share it. Get it out there. People do that. Yeah. Why was he so concerned she would set him up or blame him for everything so she doesn't get in trouble? Yeah. We'll try to look at clearing some of this up, but stick to the basics of this case. But let's play a little bit more of this one. And I'm just going to yawn behind the scenes. One sec.
Still a lot of debris, down trees, massive trees, and just overall very thick brush throughout this search area.
So they're literally pushing through all of this stuff just to get in.
So I asked the search manager, Amy Hansen, to take me into the woods so I could really get a sense of it.
This is actually fairly mild compared to some of the areas.
Miles, it looks like such a mess.
It does look like a mess, and you got the thorn bushes and the deadfalls, but there's places that are actually a lot worse.
In total, crews searched through all of that for 10 days and 12,000 hours. 12,000. Hansen says that's basically unheard of in this province. She's been involved with search and rescue for 22 years and says it's the biggest search she's ever been involved in.
A lot of the commentary online about this case is that kids don't just disappear, that if the children were in the woods, they would have been found. What does Amy Hansen think?
Yes, I have heard that so often. So I did ask her what she thinks, especially given her experience. And she says she does believe they're in the woods.
From everything I've seen, yes. I have not been told anything to lead me to any other conclusion at this point.
Why can't you find them?
They're small. They'd be hiding. They would have crawled underneath something probably when they got tired. They could have gone further than what we searched. There's all kinds of scenarios, unfortunately.
Okay, so the search manager thinks they're in the woods, which at this advanced point would be a terrible outcome. But I gather not everybody agrees.
Certainly not. In fact, many people we've spoken with have a different theory about what happened to these children. In some cases, that's based on information they have, and in some cases, just a feeling. But their step-grandmother, Janie McKenzie, says she is sure those kids are not in those woods.
I've observed those kids for 2 years. We went for walks in the woods. I had to practically carry Jack through the woods because there was no way that he was walking through all that tree falls and bushes.
So, assuming they're not in the woods, what are the other theories of what happened to them?
Oh, Megan, I have heard so many ideas about that. And, we're not going to wade into all the conspiracy theories here, but this is part of why various family members have been dealing with accusations. Martell, the children's stepfather, certainly acknowledges this is all very mysterious and just sounds kind of odd to a lot of people. He says he knows the public suspects him. He says the police did too at the start, but he doesn't think they do anymore. He says he immediately handed over his phone, showed them his banking info, his GPS history, and offered to take a polygraph test. And the RCMP took him up on that.
I was extremely nervous, especially with the first question they asked you, did you kill Lily and Jack?
That was the first question they asked you?
Yeah.
And Martell says the police told him he did pass the polygraph. Now, he also acknowledges that Child Protective Services did visit the house prior to the disappearance. He says the visit was prompted by teachers who were concerned about the children's behavior at school. And social workers wanted to meet them to see if they could get them in to be tested for autism. He says that testing was supposed to take place in May, the month they disappeared.
Now, we know polygraphs are not considered reliable. So what are the police saying about the case?
Well, they're being pretty tight-lipped. We know they have now interviewed more than 60 people in relation to this case. They have maintained since the very early days that they have no evidence to suggest the children were abducted. There was no Amber Alert, which, some have been critical of, but the RCMP maintains this case does not meet the criteria.
Hello. Hi, Kayla. How you doing?
Good. Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks for making the time.
Thank you.
I had a chance to speak with Corporal Guillaume Tremblay. He's not an investigating officer, but he speaks for the force in Nova Scotia, and he did acknowledge how unique this case is.
It's quite rare that in my career, I've never seen two missing children go at the same time.
Was anything found in any of these searches that was deemed to be of significance? Even if you can't tell me what it was, anything of significance?
So I can tell you that the investigation is ongoing and that we haven't found any evidence to show that there was an abduction of the children.
So you don't think they were abducted, but you can't find them. How do two young children just vanish?
That's a great question, Kayla. And we are asking for the public for tips and information.
And the police did release a short update just a couple of days ago to say they're reviewing 5,000 video files. The force has received more than 600 tips, some that have taken them elsewhere in the country. The Nova Scotia Major Crime Unit is now being assisted by RCMP in New Brunswick and Ontario. But the RCMP says the only confirmed sighting of Jack and Lily was the day before they disappeared in Nova Scotia.
And I understand the Nova Scotia government is also offering a reward for information.
That's right. The government is offering a
Let's see here. No, that's not the person that didn't tell Brandon. This is someone totally different. It's not the military guy that told Brandon not to go in the woods or whatever. That was like part of like the search team or whatever. Oh, I just watched a documentary eerily similar. They took him far away from their home. Yeah, Elijah Lewis. Yeah. Yep. I'm gonna go over to Plunder for a second. And this was like the second day, some of the second day audio. Now, again, if you guys want to listen to audio and stuff like that, I mean, you can go over to Plunder. She got a few videos definitely with Jack and Lily. She's always been very good. She's one of the first ones actually to grab the audio from the scanners and stuff like that. And then she thought that there was more important things. That's why she put out this second video as well. So I'm just going to go over there and this, do stop screen, share screen. Let's listen to a little bit of this, the audio from Plunder. Okay. So we're going to start at the 38.37 or 37-second mark and play.
Keep on this case, and of course, watch Dateline NBC tonight. If I get this up tonight, Friday, for the Idaho 4 case. So many cases I need to get going on. Thank you for watching, and take care.
Oh, I didn't know you were still here, Melissa. Have a good night.
This is Colchester Base calling the K-9 unit tasked to investigate the blanket. Do you copy? Over.
True crime audio.
This is Bravo 3. I was with Kilo 2 like 3 seconds ago. He went towards the main road there. We're done at that site. The dog didn't get a track or anything like that. Bravo 3 sees the blanket.
3, this is Command. Can I get an updated position, please? Over.
Yeah, Crystal, it's Scott here. Thanks. It's starting to rain here pretty bad. I'm not sure how good the drone will be.
10-4. Do you know if it's supposed to rain all night? Because we can just keep it at 1 for now, and if it clears up, call out more. Or if you want them just on standby.
Let me just check on that. Sergeant Ellis from Sanderson. Yeah, it looks like it's just chance of rain through the night, so we'll keep 1, and if we need a second, we can call them in.
10-4, thank you.
Peter Command, Task 419. Can you confirm if there's any dogs at the residence? Over.
Yes, there's a dog team out there. Team 112, like I say, I'm trying to figure out exactly where they are. They said something about where they sent out or whatever. When I talked to Team 112, can you copy it on your RTT about the subject's house there? Did you copy it that time?
If there's somewhere around the house, yes, I can find that. I'll head that way and see if there's orange sticking around. Yeah, I'd like to give you a coordinate. We found something hot that was moving. We can't pick it up again. Probably an animal, but we want to call it in too.
Okay, we're ready to copy. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's 45.430383 by -62.817.849. Yeah, we'd like to give you a coordinate to investigate if you are ready to copy.
Okay, go ahead.
Just for context, it's 2 heat signatures close together by a road. Coordinate is 45.4276661 by -62.82570. Affirmative, that's a good copy. The point should have you right by a road, or looks like just off Station Road.
Okay, what's there?
I'm just confirming that when you
Map it. That's where you should be. Yeah, cancel the last coordinates we gave you. We investigated and determined it was 2 oil drums. We're returning to base.
Anyway, okay, thank you.
Halifax Command, copy on the drone team. I got a point of interest for you. 2 heat signatures by the water source. Read you off coordinates.
Right, go ahead.
45.429.505 north. Second set's going to be 62.816.028 west.
Was that just a point of interest, or what do you see?
I've got 2 heat signatures. One appears like it could be small object sitting. Just 2 heat signatures sitting close together near the water.
Roger. Now we'll have somebody take a look. Okay, there's 2 heat sources at that point. And we would need you to go check it out. Team 203, what you're looking for, the drone picked up 2 heat sources at that point.
Copy that, command. He's just inserting the numbers in the GPS.
Roger, like I say, the place we're trying to say is right at the end of the road. You know, where we park the vehicles. Just keep going down the road right to the end there.
Yeah, just going to go down the long driveway here. That's actually where the R-Pass is standing, so that's the location with the coordinates, I think.
Yeah, okay, like I say, we're going to send 2 teams there. Was it you that found the 2 heat sources?
Negative, that was Elma.
Can you go back to that spot that you're seeing the 2 heat sources there and check it over again there, please?
10-4. We will return to those locations.
Thank you, Duncan. What's your location now?
3, clear to scene.
All right, the A1 drone there. The team are finding a duck there in the water.
We are directly overhead. Your most west member should be looking at the 2 heat signatures, whatever it is. Directly to your right, you just walk past it. Yeah, ground crew, Elma drone team, I am directly overhead of the heat signature. I'm about as low as I can get safely.
The drone is directly over the team. So what are you seeing? Just look at the heat signature from the drone.
Affirmative. It is directly between the tree and the water. You have a member within 5 feet of it. Currently walking away from it. Turn around 180 and walk forward. Continue forward. Bank left. You're directly over both heat sources. I'm going to assume it's nothing.
The team says they're not seeing anything.
Yeah, 10-4. They're directly over it, so it must be something holding heat.
Roger, copy that.
We'll be deviating back to our flight path.
Roger, copy that. Our drone's not on the air anymore. They're back here.
10-4.
Yeah, Alma. But the team looking at, there's 2 figurines of swans sitting there, painted black, and they must have picked up heat.
10-4. We copy. Thank you.
Okay, Alma. The team moved the 2 figurines up to the lawn in case you come over them again.
10-4. Copy that.
I have Team 207 and I'm returning to base.
Yeah, copy that. You guys copied what the heat source was, did you?
Affirmative.
Hard to believe, isn't it?
We have finished the grid that Colchester Command had given us earlier. We are going to be landing due to the weather. Playing with our infrared now, we're not very effective. So we are going to land for the night. We are going to make our way down to you and drop this micro SD card with you guys.
Okay, weather's bad. You guys are finished for the night. Okay, thank you.
10-4, thank you. G-Star Command, G-Star K9. We just brought the dog down for a quick recce of the area where those heat signatures were. He's indicating we're at on the river. We're just wondering if we're in the same area that was just searched. So.
Barking enough, I couldn't quite make up that. I don't think we got a team in there anymore.
G-Star Command, Team 119. G-Star K9, just the dog's indicating where we're at on the river here, and we're just curious if this is the same area that we just had with the heat signature. Because if he's picking up on the team that was just here, then that would make sense. Over.
You copying that, K9? All right. Okay, Todd. You're back on the highway, right? On the road? Yeah, K9, they're back up on the road. On the Logham Town Road, whatever. They're back on the road. The other team that was just there. Did you copy that, K9? That the team that was up there at the last coordinates looking for the heat spot there, they're back on the road.
G-Star Command, G-Star K9. We see their headlamps as they were taking off. Just want to make sure that they were on the opposite side of the river.
You're copying this. You're on the south side of the river, not the north side. At K9, they're on the south side of the river. At K9, they stayed on the south side of the river. They didn't go the other side.
G-Star Command, G-Star K9. Sorry, I had to do a quick battery change on the radio. Copy that. We're on the opposite side of the river, so it was like the other team that the dog was indicating on. Over.
As far as I know, there was nobody up there besides that team when they're on the south side. Yeah, they remember seeing your headlights too, so they seen you guys.
Did any of the kids have stickers on their clothing or packs over?
Repeat that again.
Do we know if any of the kids had like stickers on their backpacks? We found a little shiny star sticker over here by the bridge. Over.
Stand by. That's something I couldn't answer. Stickers for strawberries. You say you found a star?
Yeah, it's like a holographic little star over.
Okay, what team is it?
Task 121.
Roger. Okay, copy that. I don't have I don't know exactly where you are. Would it give us a GPS reading where you are?
We are 2.
Oh, you're breaking up real bad. We're only getting about every 2 or 3 seconds. We're getting the.
I say again. Northern 4-5. Westing.
You're breaking up so bad. We're not picking up hardly anything. Okay, let's try again then.
Okay, we are 0, 5, 1, 4, 8, 6, 8, 5, 0, 3, 0, 8, 5. Over.
Okay, perfect. Copy that time. 051486850305.
Say again. The second line. 5030815.
Okay, the last one was 5030815. Okay, copy that now.
We are on a wooden bridge. Over.
It's right there to your right, or to your left, sorry.
I don't see anything. Just brush.
If you stop and just walk to your left a bit, yeah, just keep going straight. It's up that way.
What I have my foot on is a rim and a tire.
To your left more if you can. The structure that looks like it's square on the thing is in front of you now by about 6 to 10 feet.
Looks like a very old stone foundation.
Yeah, stone foundation.
Copy, more rocks.
10-4 with a scattered large one around. Going, keep going, keep going.
Five, Staff Sergeant Weiss, 355. Do you copy? Here's a update piece of information that came in for the file. Just ask him to key up whenever he's available. 6, go ahead.
Staff Sergeant Weiss, I was told somebody from OCC was looking for me.
10-4, there was an update to the file, just a piece of information in regards to pieces of clothing found near 1267 Millbrook Road in New Gairloch.
And for, can you create a file and pass that to the local detachment?
10-4, it'll still be Pictou. Do you just want like a D115 file made?
Yeah, 10-4, create a file. They can be linked to the other file of the local detachment. Just dispatch them regular call.
10-4, it's going to be the same detachment, but I will do that.
10-4.
48 Echo 5, 355.
Go ahead.
Brandy, are you talking about, Millbrook Road there? It's, like I said, funny when you hear things, and it said attach it to the other file. Millbrook Road. Millbrook Road. Well, let's go back. Let's go back to that piece. Let's see. Let's just go back here for a second.
Looks like a very old stone foundation. Yeah, stone.
Here's a update piece of information that came in for the file. Just ask him to key up whenever he's available. 6, go ahead.
Staff Sergeant Weiss, I was told somebody from OCC was looking for me.
10-4, there was an update to the file, just a piece of information in regards to pieces of clothing found near 1267 Millbrook Road in New Gairloch.
And for, can you create a file and pass that to the local detachment?
10-4, it'll still be Pictou. Do you just want like a D115 file made?
Yeah, 10-4, create a file. They can be linked to the other file of the local detachment. Just dispatch them regular call.
10-4, it's going to be the same detachment, but I will do that.
10-4.
48 Echo 5, 355.
Go ahead.
She's just stepped out at the moment there. Is there anything I can help you with for the time being?
There was supposed to be a relief GSAR commander. I'm rolling into hour 18 on shift, so I'm hoping that was going to pan out sometime soon. I think I called maybe 5 or 6 hours ago about this.
10-4. I'll give her a shout on her cell there and just ask her to touch base with you. In the meantime, I've got an update there regarding the search that just came in. Can I go over the air with that for you or drop it down to your unit?
The computer drop it too, so just go over there.
Okay. Constable Boyle with Westville Police. Apparently, Steve Sardi called them and advised he was at the Tim Hortons in Westville and sees a male from Shetty Camp who was making lewd comments Some children came into Tim Hortons, 8 to 14 years old. Apparently he was talking very explicitly. Officers in Westville had interactions with this SOC, Corey LeBron, yesterday as well. If you prefer, I can email these to you as well, or whatever the easiest way to give you these updates is going to be.
Are they updates for the search, or is this a file that needs to be investigated?
No, anything I'm coming to you with is going to be as pertaining to the search.
Maybe just update. Can you send me an email? I don't have a terminal or anything. Can you send me an email about it?
10-4 will do.
Station 2 RPAS team will be taking off and plotting a grid over the house, maintaining 260 altitude. To repeat, 260 altitude.
10-4, got that added in as well. Are you on your way to Gairloch Road there?
Road address.
Yeah, it's going to be 1407 Gairloch Road in Lansdowne Station. I'm going to drop the file there down to you, and you're on mutual aid 6, which is great. 10-4, got that added in. Anything I'm coming to you with is going to be as pertaining to the search.
Maybe just update.
One sec there. So this is what I'm confused by. Actually, I'll take myself off the screen so I can leave this bigger. You know how we keep making fun of Janie, Reiki? So she said she was raking for a pool. Now, keep in mind that Janie never told any reporter about the pool. That was an after thing. Okay, but while the whole case was on, type of thing at the start, she never said anything. So this is what I'm perplexed by. Is this the best angle, or should I play it for a second? We're talking about the patch that's underneath of the sawhorse.
Can you send me an email? I don't have a terminal or anything. Can you send me an email about it?
10-4 will do.
Right there. Okay. Where am I? There we go. Okay. Don't got my banner on. That's fine. Okay. So this is what always bugged me, is the fact of, so you're raking for a pool. The fence isn't done. Daniel said that the fence was complete before the children went missing, which obviously is not the case. But what always got me was that you're raking for a pool and you got the big old sawhorse thing sitting right on top of that. And somebody asked earlier about the wood. The wood was taken out after, when they were searching and stuff. The wood was put beside the swing set, so that wood was not there originally. So when they talk about the boot print and Janie raking, right? Have you guys not kind of taken that where Janie was raking, that because it was softer, that the boot print kind of like landed there, like in the Reiki part? But when Daniel is showing where the boot print one was, it was like further up, like a good, even further up than we're looking at, basically. And so, I mean, I know that picture's in one of those articles, how easy the gate would be to open. I know, but Teresa, right? That again, that's Mr. Egotistical DT thinking that he knows about the case, and it's like, dude, this is what I'm talking about. See, me and Belinda tried to give him as much information as we can, but apparently he just wanted to, you know, well, I mean, just remember a comment. He was basically like, I'm not stupid, like, and as if me and Belinda were trying to say that, that he was stupid in a sense and didn't know. And I'm like, because you don't know. Because you don't know fully the case. We followed it from day one, dickwad. So when I've given you the information and you're looking into it, you don't even know if Dick Fox fence is made. We do. Because you know why? Because we were on the case from the very beginning. But he thought he knew the case enough. And he's talking to Daniel about the fence. And then Daniel's answering, basically saying how basically they could have, did they go over it and blah, 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 and lock it? There was no fucking fence there that was made. There's no gate. The fence isn't complete. And that's just simply how it was. So I couldn't believe that DT's literally asking him about the fence. Daniel says, at some point that the fence is complete. And I'm like, DT couldn't call him on that because DT had no clue that there was no dang fence or gate. Made me laugh so hard. I'm sitting there listening to that, like when I think I replayed it, and when I listened to it, I was just like, seriously? And Daniel's like answering to it, and I'm just like, well, there you go again. Your fence isn't even complete with a gate. It's not even built. The kids could easily walk out of there if they wanted to. But I was always curious about the pool, the Reiki, because the pool is exactly where the sawhorse is. You never told anybody. No, you didn't tell any reporter, Ginny, and you know this. Yeah, I know he was spoon-fed. Yeah, exactly. But the thing is that, again, it's like he caught himself in his own bullshit. Like, how do you not remember that the fence and gate or whatever aren't even on there? Not like there's a gate anyway. What are you talking about? Like, there was a gate on the old rickety one that's behind the new one that they're building. There was some sort of chicken wire gate going on, but it wasn't like they were talking about that one. They're talking about the gate that Daniel said was finished. The fence and the gate. How can you even talk about a gate when there's not even a gate on there? I mean, all the children had to do was walk around the playground and walk out. That's it. And it's just stuff like that. But that one did make me laugh. But they could go around the swings, absolutely. Nothing was stopping them. But DT is saying to Daniel, like, so, like, did they undo the latch, was it on the inside or the outside? And I'm just thinking, and then Daniel's like answering to this, and I'm just like, I was just flabbergasted going, you don't even know that your fence wasn't made and there is no fucking gate. But you're answering, Daniel, like as if you weren't, like, yeah, good question, DT. Yeah, I know. Fuck off. But the print, this boot print. So Janie was Reiki. This is what, like I said, make me understand this, because Janie was raking this pool. But the boot print was found. So suddenly you took that rake and you started raking in the midst of the driveway. And that's where the boot print was found. Because all of a sudden you just decided to rake down further. That always confused me about the boot print, because I just took it that the boot print was in the soft spot of the dirt that she was raking. Not that it was down further in the, like, I'll have to pull up that article, but just bring yourself right down the middle. And that's where Daniel says that's where the boot print was. Again, I think it's pretty clear that we can see what soft soil looks like in this picture versus the hard shit. So I just assumed that the boot print that they were talking about was in that soft shit up there. Oh, by the way, um, so remember that address that they gave Brandy? This is Millbrook Road in New Gairloch, 1267. So obviously this is the home here. Then Salt Springs Elementary's here. But this is where they were talking about that clothing or something that was found at 1267 Millbrook Road. Don't know. Don't even remember that, to be honest. Yeah, these poor children. Absolutely, these poor children. I'm not being deceived by anybody or any pretense that these children were living the time of their life. No. What is very clear, and I think most of us might agree on this, is that the two children that disappeared are not the children or the child that's between Daniel and Malaya. To me, there's a reason why that one child is alive. And it's not because Jack and Lily snuck out of there and just vanished into thin air. They got one child. Chances are money problems, feeding two kids, probably, you can tell that Janie doesn't overly seem to like the kids too much. Even Malaya was like, I didn't know. Well, Malaya and Daniel. I mean, you guys are the ones that were supposed to be looking after these two kids. And you want us to believe in a 20-minute time window that, okay, oh yeah, let's go back to that part. That's right. Let's go back to that part. Janie says that Lily's always like, come on, Jackie, come on, Jackie, come on, Jackie. But she didn't hear that. That she heard the kids on the swing. And then she didn't hear this. Come on, Lily always, come on, Jackie, let's go, Jackie, come on. And then it just stopped, according to Janie. This is when, make no mistake about it though, this is when they wanted the magical vehicle to appear that somehow came on the property or at the end of it, and that the children were taken by either Malaya's family, right? Because that's exactly what Janie meant when she was talking about that she hears them on the swing set. She hears them. We'll even leave out the hushing that she heard Malaya do. I'll tell you, Janie probably thought like maybe that was a fucking bit much, saying that she heard them hushing the kids, because they're really, at this point, pointing fingers. Goes back to, she's trying to blame everything on me so she doesn't get in trouble. And it's kind of like point. No, you guys are just trying to fuck around with people's brain with your cover-up bullshit. But Janie hears the children, but she doesn't hear, and always, right? Remember, Lily always says, come on, Jackie boy, come on, Jackie. Let's go, Jackie boy. But she doesn't. Just stops. Again, that's where the magical vehicle comes into play. The one that's not magical, and the one that I personally believe absolutely that the RCMP, looking at all the facts around what they know so far, no air scent, no anything about that. They didn't even use her statement as when the kids were last seen, because she's on the property, first of all, and they don't find her credible. They don't find her story credible, because who's going to believe that two children managed to elude drones, dogs, searchers, no air scent, but in a 20-minute gap window, this magical vehicle comes around the property, traffickers go plant a blanket, Daniel's new theory, right? Because they're selling us a story. But the thing is that I'm not buying it. Like, and don't get me wrong, right? Like, there's a very slim chance here, and I'll say slim, like a freaking, piece of thread then. There's a slim chance I could be wrong, or we could be wrong. Slim. Like teeth floss slim, that we could be wrong. But with all of their words, all of their inconsistencies, this whole timeline, the actions, no one's claimed the reward. No one's calling somebody out. It's because the secret lies on the property, in my eyes. And again, common sense. What's the most likely thing to happen to these two children? Two. Never forget the two. So yeah, the secret lies on the property. And the reason why the RCMP, besides not believing, and just like NARC and all that stuff, I'm not here to pick on Daniel or Malaya in a sense. I'm here to just call out what I see. If I see a spade, and I call out a spade, then that's because you're a spade. And if I see, to me, it's all transparent. For all we know, Daniel could be sitting there right now going, fuck that Sonny. She fucking is, like he knows the truth. Malaya knows the truth. But I'm not going to be swayed by anything that Daniel is saying, or Malaya, or Janie. I'm not. I'm looking at this case from the perspective of two children are missing and what we're witnessing around that. And when you just compile it, there's no way that this happened without the knowledge of the two people on the property, because that would mean all of the other stuff makes sense, and it doesn't. Or being misled. No one's going to walk up and say, you know what? I'm guilty. You know what, Sonny, let me come up on your live and just tell you how guilty I am. Me and Malaya, you know what? It's okay. We'll go do prison time. We got time on our hands. Let's just let Meadow grow up all by herself while the parents are in prison. It's not going to happen. They're going to lie till the bitter end. Till the bitter end, until they're caught with the hand in the cookie jar. And that's what the police are waiting for, in my opinion. Daniel claiming that helicopters follow him is an absolute joke. Anyone that would believe that needs to go find a new brain and plant it or input it into your head. No one is going to believe that, because it's not true. The police are not going to waste resources because Daniel is being protected. Like, I don't even know how he comes up with that stuff. Is he being fed that by the RCMP? And I'm sorry. This is what I don't comprehend with Daniel, is that we all kind of know what delusional is when somebody's talking and what makes sense and what doesn't. You'd have to be pretty low on the freaking brain totem pole if you actually bought into that, right? So this is where I feel like, is Daniel out of touch with reality? Does he really believe that we believe that? Yes, absolutely. In my eyes, he's a narcissistic, perhaps psychopath. This Daniel 2.0, again, and Daniel can speak all he wants, and Malaya can speak all they want, and they can do whatever they want. And if people want to listen to him, of course, like on the 9-hour live or on Charmaine's, absolutely. If Daniel keeps having things to say and wants to be a voice and stuff like that, what gets me is when some of you guys in chat go, "Are you actually buying this shit?" You know, No, we're just listening. We're just listening, and we're letting everyone else decide what you want to believe from Daniel or what you don't want to believe. Hi, guys. Right? And I told Daniel many times on the live that my thoughts have not changed. It would take a big wackadoodle freaking piece of evidence to tell me that this equation or this case is different, that somehow it's more far special than any other case. It is in the fact of it's 2 children, but it's not going to be a special case in what the result will end up to be, right? These children, or these, by both Malaya and Danielle, just an ordinary day. Just an ordinary day means you go into town, you know, you go to get some blood work done, you go to Timmy's, you go to Starbucks, you know, you do all this shit. That's just an ordinary day, right? Then you come home and mama's waiting for you, and Jack and Lily, they're picking bugs, and, you know, and Janie goes in for dinner and she doesn't have any clue about Jack and Lily. Daniel can't remember hide nor hair about his ass that day if he went in and Malaya was sleeping with the kid, or the kids were in bed or awake, and blah, blah, blah. At some point he had said that Malaya was sleeping, you know, and then all of a sudden this whole turn on the lights at 12 o'clock shit. No. I guarantee you there was a freaking ass. Either Daniel walked in to something that Malaya had done, and because he jerks off to pretty much when Malaya speaks, or they both contrived it. Either way, the way I personally see it is she's trying to blame everything on me so she doesn't get in trouble. Yeah, because you just took the words right out of our mouths. Because both of you are involved. To me, those were what exactly those words mean. Now, some people are going, well, how didn't the dog catch scent and stuff like that? You know, maybe something did happen. The children were alive when they perhaps left the property at some point, and then something happened to them after. Hey, kids, want to go for a ride? You know, want to go for a walk? I mean, that's a lot of greenery. That's a lot of place to hide children, to do something to children in the dark. But Justin says, there's a vehicle that's going back and forth. The reason why Brad says he stayed up, like he was working on his vehicle, but again, he says he stayed up because it wasn't normal to have someone driving around at night, not even from Daniel's property. And then, so he was paying attention, and then the vehicle did another trip. So he was basically curious, like what was going on. He didn't know that was something. You know, you have to remember, so in the equation, right? It was about 8 days later, Brad said, that the police finally come to his door. You know, the guy with the camera or the deer cam that's in front of his, on his property. Brad doesn't want anything to do with the police, right? He's not, probably for the most part, wanting to get involved with the situation at all going on. But then he says he thought about it, and it was because children are involved, and he has children of his own. So don't get us wrong. He doesn't want to have anything really to do with the police. Like Brad said in that one live a couple weeks ago. And then they have the nerve to come back 21 days later. And Brad said basically, like, fuck off. Are you kidding me? You're not even going to come to me to 8 days after? And then all of a sudden you're going to wait 20. It's not Brad's job Those police should have been at his home within that second day for sure, if not first. But bottom line here is that the children had to get off the property somehow. Yeah, apparently Justin took a polygraph, and I'm sure he passed. Justin, when in the little bit that I spoke to Justin, he seemed like, like basically didn't want to involve himself too much. Besides, obviously we heard the scanner radio that morning where he had called and said, hey, if you want to know about any vehicles going down 289, type of thing. And even they didn't get hold of him till whatever fucking date that was. Because why? Because according to the family, Jack and Lily trolloping through the woods, tiptoe through the fucking woods. The Jackie that has to be carried. And, why would two children who know enough to know about bears and coyotes venture off into those woods? Let's get real. Okay? Lily's already scared of bugs as it is. You think she's going to go into the woods knowing full well that bears do go through their property and hearing the coyotes at night and stuff? You think a 4 and a 6-year-old are really going to go in those woods? No, because they never did. That's why. And that's why there was no air scent. That's why they weren't found. That's why there was no evidence to show that they had even gone in the woods or down the street for that matter. But we get a planted blanket and apparently some shirts too, but I don't know what. I'm going to leave that crap out about the shirts, to be honest with you. It's doing my head in. It doesn't make sense at all. So it's something that I just really need to absorb properly and think about. But that just adds a whole new level of twisted, fucked up that I think that this case is messed up, but it's just because of people that are lying on the property. And that's why this case hasn't been solved, because they don't have the evidence. So everything Daniel's trying to project, he's telling us that a sergeant with the dog Narc is questioning his Thursday and saying that he believes that something happened to the children on Thursday. But he's telling us that because he wants us to know that, hey, if I tell you this, that why would I be guilty? He's always telling you about the running through the woods, lost my voice, almost died, because he's trying to portray that why would someone that did something to the children do all of this work? Daniel has worked very hard on trying to project all this work that he has done in the sake of Jack and Lily. And he is going to fight to the bitter end, come hell or high water. Probably water, Daniel. But you know what I mean? He's trying to project that to us. Overselling about the phones. Janie says that she didn't have her phone, which was bullshit, before the RCMP arrived, that she had it in her trailer, right? Because everyone thinks to leave their fucking phone in a trailer or on a bedside table as they take off places, because that would be the most important thing to do when you have a phone. Ridiculous. But both of them let you know that their phones were inside, right? Then they fuck up with their timelines. Oh, I come down, it was only 30 seconds. I go up and blah, 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 blah. It's the projection. And I'm sorry, but I'm not buying into it, because I didn't fall off no fucking stupid lollipop or a truck or whatever. I was going to say not turn up truck, right? Because all of a sudden I pictured a lollipop in my head as if, I'm a loser that's just sitting there going to be spoon-fed bullshit. It's because I make sense, Daniel, and you don't make sense. Malaya, I make sense. You don't make sense. This portrayal of, I'm going to go help search for my children. I'm going to show my face. It was all show. To me, the reason why you kept telling me about how you just wanted your children back, again, you're playing the role. Yeah, it's Mick obvious. Astrotrain, Mick fucking obvious. And then that's just it. And I'm not buying the bullshit of it. Wade's audio, I love that piece of audio because it was raw. It wasn't planned. There was no trying to talk like, hey, Cheryl and Angeline, that interview, I mean, talking about fluff as they're talking about it, each looking at each other, okay? That's what I'm talking about. Those were words coming out of their mouth as close as they had to think about the questions and to say it and word it in that certain way. Absolutely. Wade's audio was genuine and authentic to how he was feeling. So I applaud Tint for doing that. You know, maybe it wasn't the right way to go about it, but guess what? He obviously didn't care because Tint cares about the children, Jack and Lily, and the answers, regardless. You know, that's what he cares about out of all this is Jack and Lily. And so if that was information, I mean, you guys got to listen to a private conversation of mine and Darren Getty's, and it wasn't supposed to get out there, even when he was pissing me off at his finest. But then because I gave it in trust, but I'm learning a lot about trust. When I gave that in trust to Lana, right? And then she gave it to Cheryl, then Cheryl, she actually tried to threaten me. Like, and when I say threaten, like blackmail in a sense. And I was like, go ahead. Put it out. I don't care. Didn't give a shit at all. I'm not that person that you can blackmail or try to say, I'm going to put this out there. No, I didn't care. If you want to put my phone number out there, you know, to my cell phone, because it was on the audio, then go right fucking ahead. What am I going to do? I'm just going to block numbers. Big deal. Woohoo. You know, big deal. Me and Charmaine are not afraid to be who we are, to use our true selves for our channels, our names and stuff like that. You guys know Sunny's my nickname. I'm not going to give you my fucking address, however. Not going to tell you where I work. Fuck that. Too many crazy loons out there. A few people I trust, perhaps. That's about it. You know, I remember there was this one person. He had some cups for Jack and Lily. He was from England. And I remember him asking me for like an address to where to send it to. And if I could send it off to Charmaine in Kent, I believe it was. I felt really bad, but I had to turn him down. I ended up giving him the address because I felt so bad that somebody did something very sweet and kind. But at the time I was like, I don't know you. You're not getting my address. Because you give that to too many people and that's how it goes. Gets out there, then everyone starts, you know, whatever. So besides Charmaine having my address and Cheryl, not Cheryl Christine, Cheryl, because she's sending me again some pens and that was actually hard for me to do because I don't want to give people my actual address, you know, because I don't trust people. Because even like DT showed that someone that you thought was loyal until his ego got in the way and he started trying to, because he hated Brad Wong, and then he put out those clips of Cheryl because he's a fucking dick, you know? And then so just when you think that somebody wouldn't do something like that to you, he did it. You know, now I can't be a hypocrite. I put out those clips to DT. I did it in good gesture for the fact I trusted him and I just wanted him to have a fair-sided view of both sides of Malaya and Daniel in the case. I just wanted him to be able to look at the things and then come around and decide for himself what he thought. But then, like I said, he got such a grudge about Brad Wong. Then he just started throwing out the clips of Haley. He didn't give a fuck. And then remember when he was a dick to me on that live too? And stuff like that with that lady on it. But anyway, so I blocked him. I don't look back. Yeah, I'm glad he's not covering it. Like, maybe he'll hear this, and then start doing it. But dickhead, I'm glad you stopped covering the case. You were, to me personally, honestly, you were an embarrassment to any cop out there. I don't care if it was 15 or 20 years ago, but your stupid shit about a bear or freaking birds, or that the children just flew it up in the air, was the most ridiculous shit I heard, let alone the fence that wasn't built that you're asking about. Honestly, I've never been so embarrassed for someone that was a police officer that literally, I think I just went blurry. One sec. Yeah, I did go blurry. I think it's because I came too close to the camera. One sec. Where's my camera? Am I better? Oh, I'm better now. Okay. I never, like, there's redonkulous and redonkulous, about that. Like, do you know what I mean? There's just a bear. Don't you think there would be blood somewhere or evidence? Anyways, we'll get off of that trailer. We'll get off of that thought. Are you 100%? Are you talking to me or somebody else? Absolutely. The only good thing about it was we caught a lot of Daniel's inconsistencies. Well, yeah, don't get me wrong. Anytime that Daniel or family members are talking, you want to listen, because they're the ones that are part of the equation. I mean, even Anita talking. Okay, listen. Okay, you're fucking off the wall, hurt my eardrums, shit. But there's truth in some of that stuff when she was there. It's when she went all haywire, but that's no different than anybody. You take what makes sense and logical, or because you already have that information and she's just adding to it. But then, she just seemed to just want to be on the lives, getting attention, talking, out of her ass about everything and anything, accusing people and this. And then she just kind of got all wacko. And then after a while, you're just like, well, dang, at first I was, trying to take what you were saying as credible. Then you had to question what her credibility was, But I know that amongst all of this, Daniel's telling some truths. Malaya's telling some truths. Anita's telling some truths. Belinda's telling her truth as best as her memory is, but she's not purposely trying to say something wrong. My ears get plugged with a brown BS. Yeah. These cases always turn out good versus evil. You have people pushing truth and right. And that's just where it gets so muddied. And that's where it just really becomes, is that you strip it back. I've had many conversations with Belinda. Is that, and I think Belinda's at that point now too, right? Like, sure, she's paying attention, but the reality of it is that the answers are not going to come via the channels. The answers are going to come when the RCMP have the solid evidence that they need to turn this case from missing to criminal. Trust me when I say it is criminal. It is criminal. I mean, if they're saying that the blanket was planted and they're calling him in because of a planted blanket, this is criminal. They're not looking at some innocent children that just somehow wandered off, and it is. So, I think most of us aren't delusional about that the reason why they have to keep it as missing persons is, one, the minute they turn it into criminal, it limits what they're able to do. So why would they do that? Right? We all know that it's only deemed as missing a person's case, but we all know the truth behind that. Even Daniel says, I believe it's criminal. Good on you, bud. A little bit of truth coming out. Told you. A little bit of truth coming out. Absolutely. The courts are going to have a field day. Thing is, when it comes to the second charges, I shouldn't say the second charges, but the charges that he's facing for his confinement and all that stuff. Well, first of all, I feel like he's shitting bricks. Or maybe his ego's so big that he'll think he'll get off those charges. I mean, we'll see how that goes. Truly, there's no YouTuber that's going to truly fuck up a case. There might be definitely information that people shouldn't be putting out there with regards to the case, and they're going, oh, for fuck's sakes, But if they have solid enough evidence, it's simple as that. It's going to be because of the devices. It's going to be because of those devices, and there's going to be proof. Other than that, they wouldn't have brought on the charges. It will be served. I believe it will be served for Jack and Lily. Whether it's somebody comes across them, whether it's one of the 2 or 3 people on the property that actually speak up, because the secrets lie on that property for now. Police aren't stupid. Remember when Daniel did that interview where he's like, well, because I know they're alive, but basically like the RCMP aren't listening to me. Like, you should be looking over here, not at our property, because the kids they won't be found there. Right? And he was trying to basically, again, project that way. Project everywhere but at themselves. And that's why everything around this case seems like a circus, seems like that there's not going to be answers and stuff. No, the answers are to me on the property, but all that other stuff around is just a lot of diarrhea. Stick to the main part of the case at the start, because that's where it holds the most truth. And then, as say Daniel has added information to a timeline, question it. Why are you telling us this now? Why didn't you say it before? Why are all these things later? You're like, oh yeah, Malaya left her laundry at Patty's. Oh yeah, I'm going to retract the fact that I said that I woke up first. Think about the stuff that Daniel's added of, DT, now that I think about it, Malaya woke up real fast to tell me that the kids, do you hear the kids? You know what, DT? Do you know that we went out looking, through the kitchen? Why did Malaya check on the children's bedroom first? Why didn't she do that? Not fooled one bit, Mr. Martell. Not fooled one little bit. So this case is built up into basically a bit of a shit show. And now Brandon's information comes up, which even adds more to the shit show. But peel back all the shit show shit. And the truth is going to point right back to the property. No matter how you slice or dice reality, it's going to. Now, I know Micmac said that she believed in trafficking. The percentage that 2 children were picked up on a desolate road in 20 minutes time, or that they were trafficked the night before. Where's the transactions? There would have been some transaction. They would have been caught. But hey, my thing is this. Everyone still has their own brain power and thoughts with this case. I'm still going to keep it what I call clean and clear, in a sense. You take away the bullshit. You look at what they've said. You look at the facts. You look at all that stuff. What would make sense? Would it make sense for Hayden? And why, at any point, would it have made sense for Malaya to contrive this mystical, magical illusion of disappearance when she never had to do any of that? Right? Because that's what Daniel predicted. You know, what was it possible to think that 2 people, right, winning the lottery, Teresa? Is it possible to think that 2 people that you absolutely just have sold the children, got rid of them, tried to make money? Remember, they're broke, right? They need their drugs. They need their shit. I bet you, I feel like Malaya was an alcoholic. You know, but is that the most practical thing that happened to them? No. But at least that has some sense to it about needing money, selling off the kids. They're a pain in the ass. That way they can have their comfy little lifestyles, play it off like they just wandered away, you know? So, you know, is that still plausible? Yeah, but very little to the percentage of truly what happens to children. That's the unfortunate thing. You know, I'm going to go more with the 75 to 80% stats about what happened to the children versus the nominal 1.5 or 1% that the children were trafficked and that there was, you know, but at least those are more legit thinking lines than abduction. You know, there's no abduction. All this perfect shit of Janie didn't go into town, that the children went out the door, that they disappeared, and no inkling of them to be found is preposterous. Is that's what it is. But we need to keep talking about Jack and Lily. We need to keep talking about the case, you know, because again, we're time filling is what we're doing. We're time filling until the RCMP brings the answers for Jack and Lily. You guys care about them very much. I care about Jack and Lily very much. And that's why we're still here over a year later talking about Jack and Lily. Because it hurts you to the core to see Jack and Lily's face. That they're missing. Because most of you are parents and could never imagine this. And most of you are angry because of what you're witnessing from the mother, from the stepfather. Use your own brains, but don't be diluted with a bunch of BS as well. BS is easy to spot. It is. Stories should stay pretty consistent, but they don't. Timelines should remain at least like make it make sense, right? And they can't make it make sense because it's not, right? Grandma always said if it doesn't make sense, it means that it's not true. Anyways, well, that's just it. We like stuff that makes sense. And what makes sense is that something happened to the children on the property, that a bunch of lying is going around because they're trying to protect themselves from the jail cells, from the prison time, from Meadow being taken, and no one wants to go to prison. No one wants to go to prison. But then don't do a crime and don't expect to do expect the time if you didn't do anything. But I mean, like I said, it's your lips to God's ears on that one. You guys know the truth. I feel like they're just sitting there, especially Daniel, who says that he doesn't watch people on YouTube and shit, but his mom does. Hi, Janie. How are you? But like I said, maybe if they made sense and believable from the start, instead of doing what Brandon's doing, maybe it would have made a difference on our thinking. But the inconsistencies and all that take it away. Okay, guys. I am going to go now because it is 10:41 and I do have to work tomorrow, but I want to chill and I want to go listen to some stuff. I would recommend going over to Plunder's channel and checking out the videos that she does have on Jack and Lily. Plunder's a very bright lady, very, again, like this is her job, right? What she does is report and you know what I mean, like like I said, like Lindsay or Globe and Mail. That's kind of like you have Plunder, right? So she's investigating, she reports, she does the stories and stuff like that. She's really good. And she compacts a lot of information, right? But go back to the start. Start listening to things again. Okay, guys? All right. So before we go, Rhonda, thanks for becoming a new member. Belinda Believes, $13.99. Joyous, she donated $50 tonight. Thank you guys so much. Peggy did $2.99. I do have the buy a coffee app. I don't usually bring this up, but if anyone does want to buy a coffee, I'm just kind of trying to save up money for the road trip coming up. It's going to be expensive. So if anyone does want to buy a coffee, well, it's truly a KFC Beckett. Feel free. If not, then don't. But thank you guys for being here nonetheless. And you guys have a wonderful rest of your night. Unless something important comes out, I'm not sure because I am doing my 12 to 8 shifts for this week. And then I go back to my 6 to 2s after that. But we'll just see how awake and if there's anything I really want to discuss. Today I came home and I really wanted to discuss certain things. I was planning on doing something a bit different, but the stuff about Brandon went on longer than I anticipated. But I'll save that for next time. And that other than that, thanks Ben for being here. On there, Brandy Indy, thank you so much for your super sticker. Again, I'll put it, I'm calling it the travel fund or something, whatever on there. Anyways, appreciate. Husband will be happy. I just wish we didn't have to get the tires. That part sucks. Because I feel like the ones that are in storage should be work, but you don't want to go travel through the mountains for 11 hours with things that you don't trust. You don't want no tire exploding on you as you're traveling and shit like that. We just got the oils, what was it? Sorry. When you have to change your oil in the vehicle, that was like $200 the other day and stuff like that. So it's just trying to get all ready to go on the road trip. So me and my husband, one sec. Sorry, guys. Now I feel.
Super chat. $6 Canadian and 99 cents. You're awesome.
Oh, thank you guys. Now I feel embarrassed on there. I appreciate that. But I thank you. Thank you. It is going to help. I'm going to tell you that right now. What was I just going to say? What was I just literally going to say? I was thrown off there. 1 second. What was I just going to say? Thank you. What's up? Thank you, baby monkey. What was I just going to say? Come on. Something. What was it about? Oh my God. It just went. Ben, you just want me to stay on longer. Hold on. Ben. Thank you. Ben, we're married almost. I was thinking 50. Just kidding. What was I gonna say? Do you guys remember what I was gonna say? Okay, hold on. Teresa, inspire me. Trying to smiling. Well, don't let you down. Ben, you know I desert you guys for dessert. Okay, so Lynn S. Stubbs, Emma T, Pale Rider, Mimi Jean. What's up? What's up? There you go. It's called karma. What's up? You donated my a super sticker. You guys make sure you say if you're in the house, what's up? Tires. Think I was talking about tires in the mountains. Yes, but what was I going to say? I was going to say something about. Oh, I know. Thank you. What's up? What I was going to say was so when me and my husband. This is when we were kind of stupid, but whatever. Hold on. No, that's what I was gonna say. So we have 2017 for Ford Explorer Sport. Okay. Let me put it this way. At the time, I think it was 52,000. We were general managers of a hotel at that time. Didn't have really any money that we had to put out. Oh, I will. Maybe me, Charmaine, Steve, and Ian will have to go out for dinner with it too, perhaps. No, she gets coffee. Fuck that shit. She gets a Timmy's. I know that there's 10 of these that are go off, right? Because if you donate one, it goes off. And to be honest with you, I truly don't know how to turn it off. But so yeah, there you go. Never gonna run around and desert you. But in a second, I will. I'll be deserting you guys all. All right, let me see if I get that. I want photos of you. And Ben, is that the face side or the back side? If it's the back side, then I'm going to take up the whole picture frame. And then Charmaine's little butt's going to be sitting there in the corner. And then we'll draw like faces on it, on our butts. Okay, I'll get this out. So my point was, and it's not even great anymore. It wasn't even great in the first place, but face side of Charmaine, right? So if it's warm enough and I jump in the lake, do you think that you'll need a spear or a harpoon? Or do you just think a little rod? That's Ben. See, told you. I told you what's up. It's karma. You donated, and Ben makes gifts, and then you get one of the memberships. It's called karma. It was meant to be. Perfect. Can't forget Harley. Got to bring Harley a treat, won't we now? So all I was going to say was we have a 2017 vehicle, Ford Explorer Sport. And like I said, not exactly gas guzzler as well. Oh my goodness. Ben, these are going to end one day. So it's a 2017 Ford Explorer Sport that we've had obviously since pretty much towards the end of 2017. How many kilometers do you think are on the vehicle? So that would be 9 years ago. Catch a big old salmon. Right? Okay, what's up says 100,000 kilometers. Brandy Indy says 150,000. Go ahead, you guys. Some of you guys just take it 200,000 kilometers. Tom Lou. Ben, no, that's how much is going to be in my bank account once we get married, and then your family gives, what is that little called? Like a little surplusy thing type. That's exactly it. Doesn't matter that I'm married already, guys. Okay. This is like internet love we're talking about. Anyway, give me a second. Anybody else guess? 2017 Ford Explorer Sport. How many kilometers? Okay, we've had 100, 150, 200. Everyone's doing increments of 50, and then Ben explodes with 1 trillion billion gazillion. Look at Ben. RCMP. Vicky, we're on a whole new path right now. You wish I get, yeah, that's it. Getting a goat. Tell us. Well, I wanted a few more people to guess. Hold on. What's up? TJZ Mom, come on now. I honestly think I drive a piece of vehicle up there that had 300,000 kilometers, 11 hours. Not happening. 1 second. Uno momento. Astro, they'll only do that is if they have good reason to believe that the children are in a certain location. Now, what's up? What's up? What's down? What's up? What's down? The ground. 1Q. 1Q? 1 quarter? I was just vaping. Okay. So I'll tell you how many kilometers are on the 2017 vehicle 9 years old. 37,000 kilometers. Right? 37,000 kilometers. Why, you ask? Well, 1 kilometer in miles. Because at the time that we purchased it, we lived in the hotel. So we really didn't have to drive too far besides down the street. When we lived in Calgary, we didn't have to drive very far because we lived in the skyrise apartment building. Why? Because when we moved to BC, we worked for another company as management where we worked. When my husband changed jobs and well, I wasn't working at that particular point now. He had a van, so all he had to do was drive 5 minutes down the road, and all I have to do is walk to work. So that's why the vehicle has only 37,000 kilometers on it. But the tires are going bald, and we're going to be going up to Alberta. It's mine and my twin's birthday. Like I said, a lot of stuff is going on. Mine and my husband. So just think of this too for all you 11-11ers. Me and my husband, Ben, close the ears. Me and my husband will be married 11 years come July 11th. 11. Just like the lines right here on my forehead. 11. Okay? So hey, I parted my bangs. That doesn't look too pretty when I felt like alfalfa there for a second. Oh my God. Yeah, Fords. You know, this one in particular, it came with all the bells and whistles, but some of the bells and whistles, they're kind of falling apart a little bit on some of them. So it come with heated seats. You know, it has the heated mirrors that can detect vehicles to beside you, but husband accidentally smashed one of those last year. Just saying, $1,100 to fix it. But yeah, so it came with the mirror in the back, so you could see when you're parking and stuff like that. The heated seats are cool. Anyways, it came with all the bells and whistles, and when we bought it, it was actually during a storm in the United States. A hailstorm or whatever, so a lot of cars got ruined. Anyways, it was what you would call the perfect storm. The financing was low, but yet the payments were still big. Didn't know it at the time, but Anyways, and then at the time you're just like, yeah, I'll get that package. Warranty? Yeah, sure, why not? What's another few thousand? This vehicle finally got paid off just before Christmas of the year that just went by. 6 years later, 73 grand. Once I added all the freaking packages and how do you end up at 73 grand when you're trading in a vehicle? Well, somehow this is how clueless we were. Somehow we did. So it took 6 years to pay off 73 grand, $439 payments every 2 weeks. Who's counting, right? And then on top of that, we had a consolidated loan that finally finished just right after Christmas? That was $575 a month. And that one finally 5 years later. So fuck me, and then what happens is that just before the car is paid off at pretty much the same time, guess what happens? Fuck you life sometimes. Husband gets, I'll say laid off, but not really, because the owner of the company, the son that his dad gave it to him, wrote it right down to the ground. Basically wiped the company to shit. Right? So just when everything looks great, all of a sudden that. And I'm just like, fuck you life sometimes. Fuck you life. But at least it didn't happen before, because government only pays you so much, right? But anyways, still decent. I mean, I work still, of course, full time, and my husband, whatever. Rent's high, but at least we don't have any fucking loans that we owe any money to anymore. It's really the tires that suck, because those are like $250 each at least, But I guess after 7 years, well, we have the 2 sets, right? Winter, because in Alberta, we actually have on the vehicles, they have snow drive, right? So you don't see snow drive on vehicles in BC because where the fuck's the snow? Pretty much down here. It's pointless. So we always left the winter tires on, and the other spring ones are in the storage. But those things, when you think about it and you Google it, if those things split or cracked during this time, well, they've already been sitting in there for a good 8-9 years in storage, because we don't really have to drive the vehicle. So when we go up to Alberta, hell shit. That's some major kilometers on there all of a sudden, So because each year we always get a claim less than 5,000 kilometers, right? I think last year was maybe like 34,000 kilometers. This year was at 37. So, tires are important to keep you off the pavement. But anyways, so it will be a long one day, Ben. I'm gonna be on an exotic vacation, you guys. I've been to Disneyland twice. I've been to England with my husband because he wanted to go back. He's only been back once since he's been out here 11 years. I've never been on an all-inclusive vacation. That is on my bucket list. That is going to happen. Just one all-inclusive exotic vacation. Just one. Not greedy here. Just one before I'm dead. Gonna happen. Freddie Flintstone. Meet the Flintstones. Have a yabba dabba do time. A cruise? Nah. Fuck cruises. That'd be cool, I suppose, but nah. Nope. But anyways, you guys. Okay, I'm gonna go. spend, thank you, my online husband, for those wonderful 10 gifts that dispersed or to 10 other people. And what's up? You got one of those, and there's a few people in here. Art, Inspire. Oh, see, there we go. Art got one too. And then Teresa got one. Why didn't I see that before? I think I was starting with what's up? What's down the ground? Right? But anyway, Art got one. Teresa got one. What's up? Got one. There's Art. Do. My husband, his dream vacation is Hawaii. Okay, Tom Lou, let me tell you about Hawaii. So back in, so I was with Dion from 15 to 26. Very abusive relationship. Malaya, this is where I feel for you. I'm pretty sure that you were down the same. Actually, no, I think I actually got it worse. I don't know. Who knows? Either way, I still don't blame people for that shit. So I was with him for 11 years. About the 9th year, we decide, okay, I was stupid. Should have never done it anyway. He was abusive, like I said, very fucking abusive. But anyways, you think that you're in love, blah, blah. You're young, dumb, and, full of cum and whatever and shit like that. But anyways, we get married 2 years, so 9 years into the relationship. Let's go. Where are we going, Teal Warrior? Hawaii? Let's go. And so I want to go to Hawaii. Right? Always been on my dream. I remember this girl in grade 7. She come back with a shirt, and I was like so jealous. Was nice and pink and blue stripes and white stripes across with a little palm tree coming off of it. And I was so jealous. And so I always had this desire just to go to Hawaii. So my mom, at the time, okay, you have to go back. She's, nothing. What's up? I didn't say anything. You have to go hit the replay button to what I said there. But anyway, so my mom, she gave us $2,000 at that time. Decent amount of money back then. But anyways, so, I spend the money on buying different things to make it for the wedding. It's just an outdoor wedding, 40 people, whatever, friends, family, that's it. Right. And then for that stuff. And then the other portion was for the Hawaii vacation. So got it all booked. Scared shitless of flying at the time. Still don't like it, but whatever. But I wanted to go to Hawaii. Guess what happened? Guess who didn't go to Hawaii? Okay, fucker. So just as it's getting close to go to Hawaii, this girl at work, I worked in cosmetics with 26 cosmetic ladies back in the day. Okay, when I was in my 19, 20, 21, 22 to 26. Anyways, she says to me, "Does he have a criminal record?" Meaning Dion. And I was like, "Yep." And she goes, "Well, you better look into that because you're not allowed to go into the States if you have a criminal record." And I'm like, wait, what? Right? So I didn't even bother to really look into it anymore because honestly, that was true. I mean, all they had to do was take one look at him and think he had a criminal record anyway. But I didn't want to embarrass myself by getting to the airport to be told that I could go, but he couldn't. So let me just put it that way. $600 at that point down the drain. Never have I seen Hawaii since. Right? Instead, which was fine because the husband wanted to go to England, and it was a vacation, but I wouldn't call it an exotic vacation, but it was a cool trip. So one day I'm going to do something that I want to do. And that's have an exotic vacation because I'm so sick and tired of doing everything else that everybody else wants to do. And so, well, mind you, when I went to Disneyland, I did want to do that. That's true. Okay, fine. Fair enough. I take it back. I'm not the narcissist I thought I was for a second. Make it about myself. But anyways, that's my one thing. I just want to go. I want to sip out of a fucking coconut. I want an umbrella in that coconut. I just want to sit there with the breeze in my face, the freaking pool in front of me. And all I want to do is eat a bunch of free shit on an all-inclusive exotic vacation. Is that too much to ask? Go to Aruba? See, because my husband's from England. He's been to like, what is it? Tabithia? Tabithia? What's the other one he's been to? The one where he said he was a lobster. Arbitha? Tunisia was the other one. Tunisia. Let's see if I'm saying it right. And Arbithia or something. Right? Different part of the world there. Ibiza. 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 Anyways, a couple things left on my bucket list. But anyways, thank you guys all for being here. So, for the last people, Ben, you're such an amazing online husband. You just don't know how special you are. Okay. If I wasn't married, Ben, watch Ben. A couple years he'll be married himself. Ben, have you ever been married? Ben, have you? Because I've felt the joy of it 3 times now, right? Now you can't knock me because I was 15 to 26, 11 years. Okay. I'm not. I just got tired of getting freaking black eyes and shit. Okay. Next one was with my son, 17 years. Can't knock it. 17 years. You know, this might come off sounding narcissistic here, but he turned into a fucking dickhead when we moved to Alberta. Like it was a whole different monster. What happened to my best friend? I don't fucking know. He got angry and shit. You know, I'm not a hard person to live with. I'm not at all. I'm actually very fucking easy breezy to live with. I don't nag. Well, I 99% don't nag. Sometimes I do. If I see the same shit that's still there from 5 days ago that you didn't move, I might get a little pissy sometimes. But I don't nag. I support. Life's too short to sit there and be a jealous, wifey, naggy bitch. Right, what's up? What's up? Baby monkey? Want a banana? I'll give you a banana. Brandy. You know, yeah, okay. Because I was going to say, I'm not going to lie, I probably didn't notice the word brandy in Indy. I always took your name as Brandy Indy the whole time. Peggy? Beautiful? Joyous? I'll say that again. Thank you. Nice bright pink. Belinda believes. And Rhonda. Thank you. Oh, hold on. So, Ben. I'm got to find my tablet and charge it. I maybe shouldn't have stayed so long here. Aylin? Sounds like my first husband. Ben? Ever? Don't lie to me, Ben. I got your face up here now. Ben? Ever been married? Tell me all about it. I just want to make sure. Oh, and I'll share the family tree next time, okay? Okay, guys? Yeah. Ben, you know I wasn't paying attention to you. So freaking so needy, Ben. I told you I have ADHD, just like Daniel. And where did you say no, by the way? See, I was just probably ignoring you. Okay. We're going to bed now. Yes, we're all going to bed now. I don't give a shit if you live in Australia. We're all going to sleep now. Don't do common life. Found out that the hard way. Thank you, baby. He said no. Thank you for repeating. See, there is an echo. Is there a mimic? I will be Ben's first and only. Shut the fuck up, Sharon. Oh my God. Ben, if I mod you up higher, will you take Sharon's wrench away? Just so it doesn't look like I did it. I was meant to say Tunisia, but changed to the last minute. Hi, Women's Warrior. Okay, Sharon, you're so cute. I'll just pretend that you did not say that whatsoever. Okay. Yeah. Support with Stepha. I mean, that's a salute. Anyone knows in here, the females, we call you salutes. Okay. I'm a salute. And I'll happily admit that. I'm a salute. Right? What did you call it the other time, Ben? Salute. For you? For male hoes? Well, remember you said it and then it dawned on me because I say, salute. Huh? Meet the Flintstones. Have a yabba dabba do time. We'll have a gay old time. Da, 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 da. God, we can't sing that song anymore, can we? Ah, salute male. Bloot. That was what you said. That's what you said. Get 2 wrenches, Ben. Right? There's a gold one. Ben just doesn't know that there's a gold one. But it's so tempting to use it on Sharon right now, to be honest with you. Anyways. Okay, you guys. You know what? Why don't we leave with playing? Oh my God, I had this map up the whole time instead of showing Jack and Lily. Okay. Now I'm just done. You know what I'm going to do? What I'm truthfully going to do after I get off this live? I'm probably going to let out a big fart. First of all, Ben, I know what you're thinking. Sonny, you're so wonderful. But I probably am. And I'm probably going to go pee. Then I'm kind of come back, I got a drink. And then I'm going to eat some salt and vinegar chips that are on my bed. And then I'm going to go find something to watch on my thing. And then I'm going to start thinking about Jack and Lily. And then I'm going to fall asleep. And then husband's going to come wake me up at some stupid ass random time around 2 or 3 o'clock. And then he turns off my iPad because I fall asleep to it. Oh my God, don't. What's up? Okay. God, I wish I could play that song right now. Okay. So my original birth name is Brown, right? Yeah. Boring, right? But my dad, he would always sit there and sing us to what is it? Okay, and this is, sorry guys if I bleed your ears out, but it was like, on the west side of Chicago is the baddest part of town. And if you go down there, you better just beware of a man named Leroy Brown. You know, Leroy was, what was that, gambler. And he stands about 6'4". All the downtown ladies call him Treetop Lover. And the man just call him Sir, but he's bad Leroy Brown. You guys know that song? So my dad used to always sing that because, like I said, with our last name Brown. Don't even get me because I love that song. Yeah. Sorry I butchered people's ears there. Trust me. My ex-husband, he would literally stop the vehicle and said, if you're going to sing to the song, then get the fuck out. That's what he would say. If you're going to, I want to listen to the song, he would say, and not you. I could never, that is my ex-husband that would say that. My current husband, if he ever said that to me, I'd probably pop him right in the freaking eye and in the face because that was just ignorant, right? So my husband now, what he'll say sometimes, he'll go, oh, those are notes that probably nobody should hear. And I'm like, fuck off. And he's just like, honestly, I love you, honey, and I'm just basically telling you the truth that you shouldn't basically sing. Fuck off, right? I mean, I might suck, but I don't think I suck as bad as some people. Like, I don't feel like I'm too tone deaf that I don't realize that my voice does not hit well on certain notes, right? Until we take down, let's be Mike Damon. Let's keep playing copyrighted songs. Get our channel copyrighted all the time because, well, they don't copyright you. They'll stop your stream. And then if you do too many, then they'll freaking give you a community warning or shit like that and give you a fucking strike. If you do too many. Baddest part of town. Now you got me singing that. The other one I was listening to the other day is, remember? Oh, Monsters of Sabotage come up with a bullshit probably on there. Dion said that? No, not Dion. And by the way, it's Dion. Dion that way. Okay. Hey, you know what? Give me some music. I'll sound just like, give me an AI voice. I'll sound just like Rachel McDonald for Jack and Lily songs. No, it was the ex-husband, Steve. So my husband. So what's up? Did you know that my husband's name is Steve Austin? Yeah. The ex-husband name was, we'll just say Steve H. Spelled PH. This one's with a VE. Steve Austin. Yeah. But he would literally say that. And I would think, how fucking rude. And so then guess what happened? Guess who grew up saying that after? My son. Mom. Can you stop? Can you not? Oh, I'm sorry. You sound like your fucking father. I mean, he was a little mini-me of his dad. Dion, your way. Yeah. That was the abuser loser. Yep. But whatever. You can sing. You're not tone deaf. If you would have had music, you would have been great. That's what thank you. Go on. I could listen to this all day now, to be honest with you. One day we should get people up here on this live and we'll have a freaking sing-a-thon. We'll be the X Factor. You just got to bring a talent and a seat up here on the live. Maybe one day some of you fun people will come out of the woodwork. And then we'll have, like I said, a little fun night. Maybe on members. Dean was mine. Dean, close. Anyways, I think I filled you guys up with too much information, to be honest. Plus, I pretty much want to blast out that fart that's sitting there waiting for me. I will come up. There you go. Yes. We will have to create a fun night. But it's only for fun people. The rest of you guys can just watch. Kind of like Scriblio when we did that, but no. Okay. Ben, you can bring your juggles. Sharon, what do you got to offer? Anything? Anyways, talk about that again. Okay, so let's see here. Let's play hide Sunny from the fucking screen because she's an idiot. Okay. Hide. Thank you, everyone. Now you want to be nice. We didn't serve you a drink. I need a drink. Sunny. Do. I wish we could play those songs like we used to. Until that whole LimeWire shit went down and, copyrights and all that crap. And no, I loved it when it was just free to play people's music. They didn't feel it was fair. Of course not, but whatever. Stop screen. Surely not singing. Enjoy your week. Surely not singing. I know. I love the oldies too. I love the oldies. There's so many good songs, like the Bee Gees, ABBA. Kiss back in the day. Def Leppard, actually, too. But I just like, there's just so many good songs from the 80s. Yeah. I used to always buy those party mix song. The party mix, dance mix, I should say. Dance Mix 2010, Dance Mix 2000. And remember that song? It was the rhythm of the night. I think it was. You guys remember that song? It was the rhythm of the night. It was, and then all of a sudden it starts, like cars are bouncing, the little Honda Civics, do, 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 do. Buck Owens, they're going to put me into the movies. They're going to put you into the movies. Lots of meaning words in the old days. Yeah. I mean, I like all kind of genres of music. Leonard Skinner. Yeah. My husband, he likes what's his name? Come on now. It's along that same line. Why is it not coming off my tongue? It's there. He's that Jamaican guy. Come on now. It's on the tip of my tongue. Say it, somebody. Make it make sense, Teal Warrior. Make it make sense. What's his name? No, not Pink Floyd. Not Pink Floyd. Another brick in the wall, Laban. Come on now. That Jamaican guy, like he sings like the Marley song, whatever. And got the freaking curly cues. I want someone just to say it to me. Just so I don't feel like an idiot until somebody says it. Because it's bugging me. No. Come on. He's Jamaican, dude. He sings like Marley. Like, Bob Marley. Thank you, Ben. I had part of the word. Bob Marley. That was it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God, I was losing it there. And I even said Marley, didn't I? Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, some good song. Good times. I just wish we could play them, but we can only play like 7 seconds of a song. And then if you do too much, then, like I said, then your channel goes blank and it tells you to, Leroy Brown. Oh, Eric Clapton. Oh my God. Especially when he lost his son, right? Or like A Candle in the Wind. Elton John. Or what else? It's just like right there. There's so many. I mean, there was Boy George. Oh, you guys, 99 red balloons go by. 99 red balloons. 99 da, 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 da. Bye-bye, channel. Yeah, gotta love Leroy Brown though. That's and he would always sing us 2 songs, but that was the one that always stuck in my head, and it still does. Nina, that was it, right? Yeah. Ooh. Oh my God. What's his name? Richard Marx. Highway to Heaven. That's a good one. Richard Marx. I'll be right here waiting for you. Ben, I'll be right here waiting for you in Canada. Right? My handle used to be Butterflies Are Free. Yeah. Well, my farts are free. What do you think about that? What's up? My husband, I'll just say this, okay? I don't care. I have no embarrassment to this whatsoever. Foreigner's a good one. My husband says I have FOD, which means farts on demand. I'm telling you, if it was a sunny day, I could literally make it freaking windy. That's how long and good they can be. Ben, don't listen. I don't want you to feel anything less about me by telling you this, but this is one of the traits that I'm kind of proud of. Is that oh my God, my camera, hold on, knock it off. 1 second, gotta fix it. Can't be looking all blurry and shit. 1 sec. No. There's no TMI in that, Ben. The song from Elton John. What am I doing? Oh yeah, right. I'm going to go look at my camera. Nope, still blurry. What's going on? Are you coming back? Oh, I think I came back in. Do you checked for polyps? Sonny, do you checked for polyps? What is that? Speak English to me. Yeah. Well, we fluff. Mine just happen to be loud ones and stinky ones sometimes, really stinky sometimes. Same ask husband, I get him when he's in bed, right? And then you queef them in the face. You know what? This is okay. I want to tell you a pet peeve of my husband's. I know, TMI, shut up, Ben. Okay. But I love it how my husband can blow a fucking fart, right? Right? No problem. And then when I do it, Austin, he's like, are you fucking serious? And I start giggling. And then all of a sudden, next thing I know, he covers his face, right? As if he's in some sort of freaking prison camp with freaking, fart bombs going off at him. He starts covering his face, with the thing. And he's like, nope, not coming up until the smell's gone. Dude, it's floating in the air. It ain't going anywhere for at least 5 minutes. When you get a colonoscopy. Oh, I've had one of those. Oh, Sonny, do you check for polyps? I've had a colonoscopy, and I came back. I think that's the thing that they shove up your ass or something like that. And then he's like, well, you don't have any hemorrhoids, but I'm worried about the redness in your stomach lining. And that's when I was diagnosed with like Crohn. No, not Crohn's. Something C? I don't know. Something that makes the stomach hurt. No, trust me. When you're 57, you expect your body to go south. I'm proud of it, to be honest with you. The only time I'm not proud of it is when they're unexpected. Like, I'm just going to tell you something that happened the other day. So my husband, he was sitting with me on the bench. It was at lunchtime, and he sometimes comes over and we have lunch. So it was time for me to get back to work. So I stood up and I didn't even think about if anyone was around me, and I blew a fart. Then my husband says, are you kidding me? I'm like, what? He goes, that girl, you literally just farted as that girl walked by behind you. And I look, and all of a sudden I see this girl keep walking, and then she turns back to look. And he's like, did you see the disgusted? How would I see it? I had no clue she was right behind me. Crohn's. Yeah, it's not Crohn's. It's no, polyp. I have to look up this word, polyps. Kiss and fart. Yeah. Well, I always say to my husband, I love you with all my hearts and farts. That's what I always say to him on there. Honestly, if it were a skill and I could bottle it, I'd be rich right now. I'm just saying to you. She's going to need air freshener. Don't trust me. My husband will come in the room and he'll be like, did you take a shit? And I'm just like, don't actually remember. And so when he says take a shit, it's not just literally take a shit. It's, did you fart? And I'm just like, honestly, I do it so much sometimes I don't even notice. Maybe I did. And then he'll walk around the bedroom, this bedroom with the air freshener, the, Febreze, and he'll be like this. And he'll sit there. The shit starts landing all over my face, right? I can't stand florally scents or things like that. But he just, right? And he's like, oh, that's better. Did I say too much? Daleen, go to bed. New MOS, bit of a mind bender. Yeah, I saw. I just happened to look at my iPad. Monsters of Sabotage Bull is the title. Polyps or nodules inside your colon. Okay, but what do they do? Do they give you gasitis? On there, eat seafood and see. Okay, you guys have said too much and shared too much about your lives with me right now. We need to stop. It's getting to the point of embarrassment. Someone's going to pull out a effing video just of this portion of the live and be like, see, look at her. She's just a pig, right? The devil wears Prada. It's not Charmaine, it's Sunny. She's sick and twisted. Well, my mom used to do an in-store. What? Hold on. Important message here. My mom used to do it in a store and then walk down another aisle. I've done that many a times. You know what's the worst? I'll have to say. I will have to Google it. Crop the life. Not happening. You know what I have to say is when you're in the elevator and like the other day, I went from the first floor to the bottom floor, ripped one the entire way down, and I literally smirk and smile and laugh at my own farts just because of how loud and long they can be at times. It's just like I said, FOD, fart on demand, gas, so gassy. But anyways, there's nothing worse is when you're praying. Please nobody get on the elevator. Please nobody get on the elevator. And then when somebody does, you're like, oh, that fucking sucks. but you know, those are the times that you're just like, please no one be there, because it's probably going to be someone from my work that's coming up. Right. Anyway, those are the ones that, let rip. And then you're like, oh, right. Someone still has a chance of getting on. Yeah. Okay. They could have given you a colon cancer. They could give you colon cancer. It's nothing to joke about. Maybe reason for gas. All right. One day in the near future, I'll go get my butt checked out again on there. That was only a couple years ago. I mean, both sides of my family die of cancer. What's another polyp? To be honest with you. Then walked out and said, I'm honestly looking forward to the day that I die, because then I don't fucking got to work anymore and I can just retire and live happily ever after. Not worried about that part. In fact, I'll take the elevator up to heaven right now if I probably could. Interview with Alvin says Hayden was searching, but nothing. Sorry to interrupt, fart talk. Daleen, it's all good. No problem. A little bit rude, but okay. Exciting other things. Okay, you guys go watch Monsters of Sabotage, see what's going on over there. Ben, tired of hearing about your farts now. Anyways, you guys, thank you guys for being here. Thank you for the extremely embarrassing talk that you guys forced me to talk about. And I'm sure that you guys got some better secrets and shit going on than I do. I feel like mine is just nominal, but hey, if you can laugh at it, that's why when like those pictures of Charmaine, it's like, what do? You laugh. People actually took time to, make you out to be something. That means that they were thinking of you. So video file. Okay. Video file. You're welcome. Thanks you guys for being here. If you haven't hit that like and the share, please do. I'm going to isn't it lovely when you make file folders and then you still can't find what you're looking for? But I think, let's see here. Tribute, Jack and Lily. Let's go back to this one. Which one's this? Open.
In the woods where shadows lay, Jack and Lily went to play. On a rainy May afternoon.
Thank you guys.
Now we whisper home soft too. Echoes of laughter fill the air, but where are they? We stand in prayer. Oh, Jack and Lily, where have you gone? We'll hold on tight through this endless dawn. In our hearts forever you'll stay. With every prayer we send your way. Hundreds gathered, hearts so strong.
I'm sitting there talking and I'm muted. I guess that was, I think, a small clip of it all. Can't remember. Oh, maybe it was part of the intro. Anyways, you guys have a yabba dabba do time. Justice for Jack and Lily. Absolutely. Look at that. It's perfect. Sitting on little Jack and Lily's little rocks and stuff like that. And so that's when, people were sending me, of course, rocks or different creations that they made and stuff. Anyways, I know that no matter what, no matter if we're joking around or whatever, we take Jack and Lily's case very seriously when it comes to our hearts and comes to wanting justice for them. Nothing will take that part away. Anyways. Replay. Let me play one more time. 11:35. Look how cute
In
they
the
are.
woods where shadows lay, Jack and Lily went to play. On a rainy May afternoon, now we whisper hope soft too. Echoes of laughter fill the air, but where are they? We stand in prayer. Oh, Jack and Lily, where have you gone? We'll hold on tight through this endless dawn. In our hearts forever you'll stay. With every prayer we send your way. Hundreds gathered hearts.
All right. Well, thank you guys for staying with me. Not sure when my next live is going to be. And like I said, I'll just see how it goes. If I have the energy after work, after the 12 to 8 shift and that. So today's not so bad. It's like almost getting 12 o'clock. It's late for a lot of you guys over there, earlier for some, depends where you live. Wouldn't those little rocks be so cute glued to the back of an aquarium and fish tank swimming? Oh, I know. That's kind of what it looks like in its, right now with the little piece of, plant coming down in front of it and stuff like that. Anyways, you guys have a great night. Thank you for being here. And until we meet again, take care. Justice for Jack and Lily, guys. Bye. Bye.